and fat dockside, and no flags had masts. We were sold out for silver and a string of black girls on the loneliest island at the edge of the world. You can hold on to me. You can hold on to me. Hold on to me. You can hold on to me. All right. All right. Sail on. Sail on. Hold on to me. Hold on to me. You can hold on to me. Sail on, sail on. Give me a reason why I feel this way. Trying all the time, keep the blues at bay. Sleep at night, you're all I see. You're in my head like cable TV. That's no use. Well, it's self-abuse. I don't need love, can't mess through. I don't need love, shouting new. I don't need love, tell myself that it's true. I may not need love, but I sure need you. My friends here asking, am I still that way? I tell them that I'm living day by the fucking day. Ooh, they wouldn't be asking, they just wouldn't say. I gave up on having it yesterday. Looking straight through, and I know what they see. I don't need love, can bear through. I don't need love, shouting at you. I don't need love, tell myself that it's true. I may not need love, but I sure need you. I don't need love, can bear through. I don't need love, shouting.
Western Australia is an inspiring place. Our vast state offers the very best of what Australia is about. Rugged, fertile, unforgiving, stunning. One of the most isolated places on the earth, and yet thanks to innovation and technology, connected like never before. This is the powerhouse of the Australian economy. It was Western Australia that recorded the best budget performance anywhere in the world through the COVID pandemic, with billions of dollars in royalties from the mining and energy sectors coming to the rescue, helping to fund new schools and hospitals and pay down debt. And don't forget, nearly half of Australia's exports originate here in the West, as the world's demand for minerals and gas continues to grow. We've had our challenges, and we will have more. From lockdowns to lockouts, to floods, fires, a war in the Ukraine and continued tensions with China are having an impact on us all. But we're a resilient bunch. We're West Australians. We love our sport. We love our food and wine. But most of all, we love our land. We know the importance of it. Because we know the rest of the country and a lot of the world are counting on us to deliver. The land is what brings us all together and what brings us here today. It's why this event exists and why it was created. Today, you'll hear from some of the most respected business leaders and decision makers in Australia, and they are all from the West. We'll explore how life in some of WA's regions, like the Kimberleys, can be improved for its people, and how opportunities can be tapped and challenges overcome to create a bright future. We want to welcome you to the inaugural The Australian Bush Summit 2023.
Hi everyone and welcome to the 2023 Bush Summit. This year we are National Anti-Golf Day in Tamworth, New South Wales. My name is Levi and I'm a member of the Oxlade Clontarf Academy. I'm a proud Gamilaraay man standing on Gamilaraay land.
Thanks Levi, my name is Kai. With the support of my Clontarf members, I want to look into the trade industry while in school. If you haven't heard of Clontarf Foundation exists to improve the education, discipline, life skills, self-esteem and viewpoint of customers of the only Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander man. By doing so, Vincent should participate in the ball, medical. Bye.
Thanks bro, we'd love to stay and chat all day, but we better pass down the curve for a sit down.
Thanks, Edward. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this. Stouts have been a rugby league team for over 2 decades. Anyways, my name is Radi and I'm proud to represent like community, family and Clontarf in this video. Like wish you the best of luck with some.
Thanks, Riley. My name's Ivan. I'm a proud Noongar man and we're talking to you over here at Wajak Country. Over to you, Port Niven.
Oh, gee, thanks for the hospital pass, WA. My name is Jay Velasco from the Port Lincoln Academy, which is located on Bungala land.
Sorry about that tackle, Jay. It's those West Australians' fault. Their foot has been too flashy here, and I can see why. My name is Daniel Vertisenberg, and it's a pleasure to represent Clontarf and welcome you to the Bush Summit. We also want to give a shout out to our Tasmanian brothers and sisters and everyone attending the very first Tassie Bush Summit this year. Not only are they getting their own footy team, but also hosting their own summit. Tassie is well and truly on the map. How do you, Wodonga?
Good, thanks guys. Let us go a little. Instead of Wiradjuri land, back to the mainland. Thanks Kaylin. My name is Cody Spencer and welcome to Wodonga. We are right on the border but definitely on the main side. And first time ever hosting the summit in Victoria. But it doesn't end here. Over to you, Rockhampton. I heard you were chasing a real footy.
Yuck, what is this, Wodonga? Wrong shape, wrong colour. Yeah, this is what you call a real football. Hi, my name's Lockie Hill. I'm at the St. Bernard's Academy. We're here in Rocky on Durumba land.
Thanks, Daz. Hey, my name's Massive Raymond Collin. I'm a proud Durumba man. And Rocky is where the 2023 Bush Summit will conclude. And so on behalf of all the Clontarf Academies, we would like to wish the country a fantastic Bush Summit 2023.
Let's go! Yeah,
Welcome everyone to the Australians Bush Summit 2023. I'm Claire Harvey, I'm the Editorial Director of The Australian and I host our daily news podcast, The Front. I'll be your MC today. First, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. I'd now like to welcome to the stage my friend and a very impressive woman, Michelle Gunn, Editor-in-Chief of The Australian, to deliver an address.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you to the Australians Bush Summit. It's our inaugural event here in the West, the first of what I hope will be many in the years ahead. The Australian has many loyal and long-standing readers across this great state, from the north to the south. And I think there is an obvious explanation for this. When Rupert Murdoch founded The Australian in 1964, almost 60 years ago, he had a vision for a paper that concerned itself with the affairs of the entire nation, that challenged orthodoxy, that went beyond the narrow thinking of the elites in our capital cities, particularly, I would add for this audience, the decision makers in Canberra, Melbourne and Sydney. The values that he articulated in an editorial on the front page of that very first edition include a belief in a confident, outward-looking nation, one committed to economic progress and individual liberty, a can-do mentality and a positive outlook. He warmly invited the thinking men and women of Australia on that day to join in a new conversation. In the intervening years, we have tried to stay true to that bold vision. And I think the reason we have retained a strong relationship with many readers here in the West is a commonality of interests, of values, and a certain disposition. I was reminded of this fact on Friday, just past, when we published this photograph on the front page as part of our lead-in coverage to today's Bush Summit. What a glorious picture it is of the Ford sisters, Tia, Shay, Pippa and Tess, who together work with their parents, Rick and Stacey, on the historic Fossil Downs station, just east of Fitzroy Crossing. Owned by Gina Rinehart's Hancock Agriculture, the station is at the cutting edge of innovation, using data and DNA technology in the management of its cattle, something you will hear more about later today. Our readers loved this story, with many inspired to comment online or write in letters to the editor. Some of those responses were predictable. "Get ready for an influx of young blokes to the Kimberley," said Pietro. "Dust never looked so good," said another. "These girls are an inspiration." But all of these comments were, I have to say, marked by a deep appreciation. "I love hearing about these big stations. These farms are the lifeblood of the country," said Frank. "Great story, the face of hard-working Australia. These men and women are the forgotten people who make a difference," said Finnegan. "What a shining example for us all," one woman wrote. "And what a privileged little life we lead in suburbia." These reactions illustrate, of course, the persistent disconnect between city and bush. There is an enduring romantic mythology of the outback, which I expect can sometimes be more hindrance than help to communities pushing for everyday services the rest of Australia take for granted. But the comments also demonstrate a deep-seated and proper recognition that Australia is built on the hard work of people in the agriculture, mining and energy industries. Our hospitals and schools, our urban infrastructure, our strong social safety net are all funded in part by the wealth generated by rural and regional Australia. That is what we are all here to discuss today. But before we get down to business, grant me one indulgence. The Ford women of the Kimberley on the front page on Friday were followed by Fremantle girl Sam Kerr on Saturday. You have to say it, women from the West are having a moment. How good was that game? It was an unforgettable moment for women's sport, a year in which we have also had our Diamonds bring home the World Cup and our Australian women's cricket team bring home the Ashes. To discuss all of this, and maybe some men's sport too, including Saturday's Derby, we will be joined in a few hours by West Coast Premiership player Will Schofield in conversation with Australian cricket legend Adam Gilchrist. I'm very much looking forward to that. But first, down to business. We have a few more extraordinary West Australian women at today's conference, namely Madeleine King, the Federal Minister for Resources in Northern Australia, and a huge Dockers fan, I am told. And also, a bit later today, the formidable Gina Rinehart, who has created the most extraordinary global business here in her home state, and is herself, of course, one of the biggest champions of Australian athletes and sport. As you heard in the beginning video introduction, the Bush Summit is being held nationally for the first time this year in 6 states over 6 days, in Tamworth, Rockhampton, Port Lincoln, Tasmania's Coal River Valley, Wodonga in Victoria, and of course here in Perth. Its purpose is to elevate the concerns of rural and regional Australia, to ensure local initiatives are shared nationwide, and to identify national and cross-border issues. It's a chance to celebrate audacity, creativity, grit, determination. It's a chance to acknowledge the fact that our public policy responses at both state and federal level could be better, to debate the way forward, and where appropriate, to agitate with some urgency for reform. The issues to be discussed here today are broad and deep. In recent weeks, we've been writing in The Australian about the vexed issues of sheep prices, wind turbines and transmission lines, water buybacks, lumpy skin disease, and the overturned cultural heritage laws, to name just a few. The Australian will never shirk from asking the hard questions or ventilating uncomfortable truths. The only way to do this with integrity, of course, is by cultivating strong contacts on the ground in rural and regional communities. Because what I do know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is that the answers reside with them. Indeed, with many of you in this room today. I want to thank those who have flown down from up north to share your wisdom, experiences and ideas in the panel sessions we will run today. I would encourage you to reach out to members of the Australian's team, our wonderful Perth-based reporters, Paul Carvey and Paige Taylor, who bring such passion to their reporting every day. To our rural reporter, Charlie Peel, who has flown in from Brisbane, and to our mining writer, Nick Evans, who is a Perth boy to his bootstraps, I have to say, but he's been camping out recently in Melbourne. They would love to hear from you. This event would not be possible without our partners, so a huge thank you to our national presenting partner, Hancock Prospecting, and our major partner, Woolworths. Today's event is also supported by the Weekly Times, Ad Journal, Qantas and Sky News. And a big thank you to the City of Perth for hosting us. I'd now like to draw your attention to the screen to hear from Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who spoke of Australian barley at the national launch event for the Bush Summit in Tamworth last Friday, where he welcomed China's recent decision to lift the remaining tariffs, which is great news, especially here in WA for local producers and exporters like CBH. After the video, the Honourable Madeleine King will deliver our first keynote address. She will then be joined by our fabulous Editor-at-Large, Paul Kelly, for what I am sure will be a most fantastic Q&A. Once again, thank you for your company, and I really do hope you enjoy the day.
Let's talk about Australian barley. There's no point hiding our light under the bushel, so to speak. It is the best barley in the world. And just last week, China announced it was removing the tariffs on Australian barley. Now, to get a sense of the scale of this decision, the value of these exports is around $900 million a year. Every time you hear a dollar figure like that, look past the figures, the headline, and try to picture what it means in terms of jobs, of livelihoods, and the health of communities, of families and individuals. Of course, there are many complexities involved in the decisions of a foreign government, even one as welcome as this. But for our part, my government is working hard to repair and maintain Australia's relations with our friends, our neighbours and our trading partners. a real tangible outcome like this is good for our farmers, but it's also, of course, good for our national economy. 1 in 4 Aussie jobs are in exports, and jobs in export industries have higher than average pay. Exports are absolutely crucial to our agricultural industry. So this decision is good for our economy and it's good for jobs. Ultimately, it is good for all of us. Positive outcomes like this one are a timely reminder that amid the challenges that we face, there is opportunity and there is possibility. We have the chance of an even better Australia within our reach. But if we are to grasp it, we have to let ourselves be guided by 2 fundamental truths. The first is that there is so much value in the knowledge of people on the ground. People understand what's going on in their own communities and it's worth listening. The other is that we're better off when we bring people together and we work together. And that is so much of what the Bush Summit is about. In the coming months, my government, through the National Emergency Management Agency, will work with states and territories to deliver a suite of preparedness activities to support communities for the upcoming higher risk weather season. With the country moving into hotter and drier conditions this summer, the potential for drought over the coming years is on everyone's minds. Our advantage here is that Australian farmers are some of the best in the world at preparing for and managing drought. And as a government, we recognise the importance of supporting efforts to adapt to a changing climate. We know you're taking every step you can to ward off the impacts of drought, and my government will be right there with you. Reducing risk means being ready for the next fire, the next storm, the next drought. It means reducing emissions, not just because that's what supply chains are increasingly demanding, but also because it makes businesses more resilient over the long term. Both as Prime Minister and as a former Minister for Regional Development, my dedication to regional Australia is absolute. An Australia that isn't so top-heavy with our capital cities will be a nation that's more at balance with itself. Too many businesses in regional Australia continue to be held back by broadband, which is neither fast enough, reliable enough, nor good enough. Nothing has the power to knock the tyranny of distance out of the equation like world-class communications technology. As well as removing a major handbrake on growth and jobs creation, it can play a vital role in healthcare, education and help individuals feel more connected. Bit by bit, we're reducing the need for so many of us to be concentrated in a handful of big cities, particularly on the East Coast. Australia's regions are diverse, each with unique strengths and challenges. Delivering on the potential of regional Australia requires building on each region's unique strength. The values and aspirations of a community inform the actions they want to take to build resilience and reduce disaster risk. Communities know the situation on the ground better than anyone else. Together, we can keep building a better future. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for having me here today at the Bush Summit. And I want to begin also by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting here in Perth, the Whadjuk Noongar people, and I want to pay my respects to elders past and present, and I extend that respect to First Nations people present here this morning. I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about our regions and our rural communities, their relevance, importance and their great potential. I want to thank the Australian's Editor-in-Chief, Michelle Gunn, for the invitation and for driving these really important series of summits right around the country this year. It's a really important thing the Australian is doing. We are meeting today in Perth, and I look forward to when this important Bush Summit is able to get out to the remarkable regions of Western Australia. Perhaps in future we might be able to have this summit in Kalgoorlie or Karratha or even the beautiful Kununurra. And I note Michelle mentioned Rupert Murdoch, the founder of this great Australian broadsheet, The Australian. And just to acknowledge, of course, that many of you will know many of West Australian families emerge out of Western Australia, and of course the Murdochs have very important predecessors in Sir Walter Murdoch, who of course was a very influential figure in Western Australia, contributing greatly to the social discourse of the time. And of course Murdoch University is named after Sir Walter Murdoch, a great ancestor of Mr Murdoch of the Australian fame. Greetings to all the speakers here today. There are so many great speakers. I do apologise if I don't recognise you all. I do want to make sure I acknowledge my Western Australian Government Minister counterpart for Regional Development, Don Punch, who's going to speak later today, and also some of the great leaders in our community within my portfolio of resources. APIA CEO Samantha McCulloch, who I've seen here today, AMEC CEO Warren Pearce, and also CME WA CEO Rebecca Tompkinson. Great leaders in their fields. I will also want to acknowledge, I can see there are a number of federal parliamentarians in the audience and also some state members of parliament too, and thank you all for coming and participating in this important summit. I also want to acknowledge Hancock Prospecting Executive Chair Gina Reinhardt, who will address the summit later this afternoon, and also acknowledge, as Michelle did, the amazing work Ms Reinhardt is doing for sports and athletics and swimming and many other sports in this country, particularly women's sport. And as we see this revival around the Matildas, I've always been a hockey player, so like I get it, but it's really important what work Ms Reinhardt is doing. I note at the end of the day, Adam Gilchrist is going to be here. I'm a big cricket fan, and I'm the fan of the greatest wicket-keeper batsman that has ever lived, and I'm really sorry I won't be there here for that speech. But if it does come up, for what it's worth, of course Bairstow was out. Rules are rules, and that's especially so in cricket. But before cricket, and such a time does in fact exist, and for more than 40,000 years before European settlement, across the nation, when it was all what we might call the bush today, Indigenous Australians mined ochre for religious and art purposes and stones for tools to make life easier and productive. Over the vast distances of this amazing nation continent, trade occurred between different language groups and regions. Aboriginal people navigated their way across these lands and seas of Australia using paths known as songlines or dreaming tracks. Before European settlement, first Australians made the most of all the bush has to offer. Aboriginal people were Australia's first mappers, miners and navigators. After European settlement, Australians looked inland in search of grazing and farmland and, of course, for minerals, and they found these in abundance. Our natural resources were the basis for an extraordinary period of national growth and development in the mid to late 19th century. Per capita incomes in Australia at the time were 40% above those of the United States, and our standard of living has remained high ever since. We have the hard work and ingenuity of our rural and regional communities to thank for that prosperity. Many of our regional cities and towns only exist thanks to mining. Bendigo, Mount Isa, Kalgoorlie and Karratha all owe their continued existence thanks to mining and resources. Like many Western Australians, I have my family roots in the bush. My grandmother, Peggy Pizer, was born in Coolgardie and grew up in the goldfields, and she was a daughter of one of the many Victorians that headed west to chase the gold rush. Those Vics chased gold and they delivered WA to the Federation, and some may say that was not the best thing. And they have a lot to answer for, but not me. I'm all up for the Federation. As we've become a more urbanised nation, our engagement with and our appreciation of the bush, I believe, has diminished. Over 86% of us now live in big capital cities. Most of Australia's job and economic opportunities have gravitated to the suburbs and inner cities, in contrast to decades past. This has not only depleted the bush of its young people, but set many small towns on a slow path to decline. It has also led to losing sight of what the bush represents and the central role it plays in Australia's future. It has, I think, led to many Australians in urban areas losing sight of where much of the nation's prosperity comes from, where the food and energy comes from, and we need to change this. Fortunately, we're now seeing a reset in favour of the regions. People are continuing to flock to the bush, drawn to its amenity, its livability, its comparatively affordable housing, and in Western Australia by good jobs with big salaries and bright futures. Go west, a young man, used to be the catch cry of 1800s America as settlers struck out in search of their future. But today, I would say we can continue to say go west, but also go north. Our northwest, and indeed all of our north, holds enormous opportunity. Catch a flight to Perth from Brisbane or Adelaide most days and you'll likely be seated alongside workers in high vis on their way through a swing on a resources site in northern Western Australia. A new generation of Australians bound for regional WA to seek their fortune and to build themselves and their families a better life. In my view, and as was reported earlier today, every East Coast-based parliamentarian, even journalists, should experience Perth Airport on any given Monday or Tuesday at around 5 a.m. Here you will witness that extraordinary airlift of workers to the north that occurs week in, week out to ensure our nation's continued prosperity off the back of our remarkable geology and the efforts of resources industry. And I might add, that airlift continued week in, week out, right through the COVID pandemic to keep this country moving. And that's a really important contribution Western Australia made to the whole national economy during those very testing times. Growing a stronger, more successful nation doesn't begin and end at our cities. It also means supporting our regions and regional towns to be strong, vibrant and economically diversified. As Minister for Resources and Northern Australia, I'm committing to unlocking the bush's full potential and furthering the multi-generational effort of developing the regions to our north, many of which suffer from the twin tyrannies of distance and disadvantage. Australians in rural and remote areas have a right to the same basic services on offer as those of us that live in the cities. Investing in Northern Australia's economy will boost migration to these areas. It will enable the provision of services and economic opportunities for country people that some in the city take for granted. It will help accelerate development of the North's abundant mineral and energy resources, which will be key to the global goal of reaching net zero emissions. The refreshed Developing Northern Australian White Paper will deliver a prioritised action plan to refocus delivery and re-inject urgency in the economic and social development of Northern Australia. More intense weather events, for example, require greater investment in disaster resilience and in risk reduction. The recent flooding and destruction of transport infrastructure in the Kimberley brought this into very sharp focus for us all. At the same time, more of Northern Australia's critical minerals wealth will be needed to drive that global transition to decarbonisation. Capturing that opportunity must significantly benefit regional communities and industries. One of the major tools with which we can accelerate economic growth and population across the north is the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. Since 2016, the NAIF has backed 15 resources projects in Northern Australia with a total loan value of over $2 billion, creating over $24 billion in economic benefit. But we want to build further on those benefits, which is why the Australian Government recently expanded the facility and broadened the investment remit so it will make a real difference to the life of Northern Australian communities. And that was a bipartisan effort, and I want to be clear on that. Regional and Northern Australia is much more than mining, as anyone here at this summit knows. But resources are a major component of Northern Australian economy and a huge contributor to our national economy. In the financial year just ended, our resources and energy export earnings, led by coal, iron ore, gold, aluminium and gas, are forecast to hit a record $459 billion. Much of the future growth in the resources sector will be in Northern Australia. Australia is a long-established, reliable and efficient supplier of iron ore, gas and metallurgical coal. We are the world's #1 producer of lithium and a top 5 producer of cobalt and rare earth elements. All of these are essential for clean energy technologies. The global energy transition now underway presents us with a priceless opening to grow our resources industry, boost our value-adding capabilities and contribute meaningfully to global decarbonisation. We're already witnessing a new mining boom off the back of unprecedented global demand for our critical minerals, and I note at this year's Diggers and Dealers Forum just the other week, there were more critical minerals hopefuls in attendance than gold miners. The Albanese government wants to ensure investments from government facilities and programs of regionally focused initiatives do create new economic opportunities for the bush, opportunities that reach into all regional communities. We should also respect and celebrate the fact that we share this land with the oldest continuous culture on earth, and that is why we support the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart and why we encourage the private sector to forge genuine partnerships with Indigenous communities, as many have been doing for many years. Now, more than ever, our miners and outback businesses are working closely with First Nations custodians and communities to achieve better outcomes in local recruitment, training, education and procurement. All are important to achieve social and economic uplift. Western Australia is a perfect example for the whole nation of how listening to Aboriginal people only makes us better. Here in WA, all major projects have long required consultation with traditional owners for approval. Not before time, extensive consultation and agreements with Indigenous traditional owners is a standard and important part of doing business when developing a resources project. This has helped make the state the economic powerhouse of the nation. So in that spirit, I would like to thank that long list of resource companies who have come out in strong support of voting yes to the referendum which will recognise Indigenous Australians in the Constitution through a voice to Parliament. As the resources sector is the largest employer of First Nations people, it makes sense that that sector would advocate in the interests of an important part of their workforce. Only when we share the benefits of economic development equitably can we be said to be a truly progressive and inclusive nation. To conclude, our regions have sustained the nation. They have made us safe, prosperous and secure. And the bush will be prominent in word and deed as we grasp new economic opportunities to build a productive, sustainable and livable future. I look forward to working with our state and territory partners to deliver projects and initiatives that grow our regions further and which lead to strong interrelationships between all the regions and all of our great cities. Thank you so very much.
Minister, thank you very much for that evocative and substantial speech. One of your responsibilities as Resources Minister is to propagate the interests of the resources sector. Now, you've just told us that 86% of Australians live in the capital cities. We're very much, in terms of our culture, an urban civilisation. What can we do, and what can you do in particular, to create a greater awareness in the capital cities and in urban Australia of the extent to which their national income and their services derive from the bush, from the regions, and above all from resources?
Thanks, Paul. Well, what I think we find in Western Australia in particular is that a lot of people in urban areas do participate in the industry through fly in, fly out, and while we want to have more people living in the regions near where a lot of those resources facilities are, that simply cannot always be the case. So I think in some cases in Western Australia there is a bit better understanding of the value of resources than there might be in other places, just because so many people work in that industry.
Well, I think that's right. I think that's right in terms of WA, but what about the rest of the country, in particular the East Coast?
Yes, that is a challenge, I agree. But then when I first went into Parliament, I made certain I understood other parts of the resources industry. So the coal industry of northern New South Wales and Queensland is much, much different to the iron ore industry I'm more familiar with in Western Australia, where whole villages, as they call them there, are interconnected with the industry, where public rail lines for public transport share the same rail as trains carrying coal. And there's an important interrelationship between those towns and the coal mines, the exporting facilities and the whole communities. So those little pockets, they get it too. But I do accept what you're saying, that there are other parts of the country that maybe don't understand this as much, and that's why I alluded to. And I guess it is up to me and it's up to my colleagues to make sure we go and visit these places if we can, so we can talk more positively about them. It's not talking them up, it's just telling the truth.
But I think one question here is, are your colleagues with you? I mean, we know that you have had difficulties in terms of the government, in terms of the party, gathering and harnessing their support for the resources sector. How do you feel about your colleagues in the party? Are they behind the resources sector?
Look, they're 100% behind the resources sector, and you know the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, particularly as a Queenslander, is very much behind the resources sector and knows full well the value it brings. And the whole Cabinet went to Port Hedland recently, and I mean, I tell you what, seeing the port of Port Hedland is a real eye-opener for anyone that hasn't been there before. So it's a very important initiative of our Prime Minister. I do think it would be wise for more, and I don't care what party you're from, more parliamentarians seeing more of the resources sector is unequivocally a good thing.
I want to take you to, I think, one of the most interesting statements you've made in your time as Resources Minister. Looking at the future of the industry, you've said the road to net zero runs through the resources sector. Now, many people see mining and resources as a problem when it comes to net zero. What you've said is it's part of the solution. How does that work?
Well, it's just simply the facts. Objectively, there will be more mining, not less, to reach net zero. We know to reach net zero, we need to have battery storage. We need to have renewable energy, which requires wind turbines or solar panels. And there's magnets on the wheels for electric vehicles as well as the batteries. All of these things, and many more things that we take for granted, the mobile devices everyone's got, all require mining. Mining of critical minerals and rare earths, different to what we think of with the massive iron ore kind of mines such as Mount Wellback, which make steel, which build the cities of China and Japan. But these are the things we will absolutely need, and not just us, the whole world needs them.
But I think one of the interesting things about this is obviously a concept that you're deeply focused on and profoundly aware of, but I think most Australian people aren't. They don't really understand the debate about critical minerals. They don't really understand the extent to which mining is going to be important for net zero. Do you think this has got the potential to change Australian attitudes towards mining and resources?
Yeah, I think it does. But anything like a new industry like this needs to be well explained. Foisting concepts and ideas on people has never really got anyone very far, and it's not helpful. So my efforts are in trying to explain it better, I suppose, Paul, to highlight that this is the reality is we will need more mining for these rare earth elements and critical minerals. How we do them will be in accordance with environmental best practice, and the good news is that is what countries like the US and the European Union really want. They want to have a reliability of supply which also meets social and governance standards that we all come to expect. So we have a good story to tell in Australia in the fact that we mine responsibly and sustainably, and we do it for the long term for the benefit of all the community, whether it be the workers, the local Indigenous traditional owners and otherwise. So it's a really good story to tell, and it puts us above most other mining places in the world.
But are we up to it? I mean, you've been very frank talking about the enormous challenges involved in this, and geology is not enough. If we're to develop and mine these critical minerals, refine them and then move to the next stage of manufacturing, this is really an economic and industry revolution for this country. We'll need the technology, the capital, and we've got to be internationally competitive. We'll have lots of rivals. Are we up to the job?
We've proven we're up to the job. This country has done this before, and we've done it really well. You only have to look at Hancock Prospecting for what that development led. But we've also, a lot of this, it absolutely requires governments to be involved. As you said, geology is not enough, though, gee, it's a great start. Bob Hawke, it stood with the Premier of China to ensure the deal was done to help Rio Tinto's first big mines happen in the north. That was a really important step. John Howard also stood with members of the Chinese government to ensure there were good gas offtake agreements to make sure the North West Shelf progressed. So these are efforts we have made continuously over many years. And I'd reflect also on the former Premier of the state, Sir Charles Court, and the work he did to make sure Japanese investment came in after the war to literally rebuild Tokyo through Mount Wellback, basically, the BHP mine at Newman. So these are important works that governments do and individuals within governments take steps to ensure that these relationships exist so that we can do exactly what we need to do, not just for Australia's prosperity, which is very important, but for our region's prosperity. We've done it before and we will do it again.
Well, still on critical minerals, I was discussing this issue with Kim Beazley at the weekend, and he was very focused on the strategic implications of Australia's capacity to develop critical minerals, because they will be fundamental in terms of security, technological and military issues over the next 20 to 30 to 40 years, particularly in terms of the rise of China and deterrence against China. One of the suggestions that Kim Beazley put forward was that Australia should be thinking about building the critical minerals project into the Pillar 2 of the AUKUS agreement. Now, I don't know if you've had a chance to focus on that, but I'm wondering what your response is to that idea.
Well, I've certainly read Kim's work in his recent ASPI publication, which was really enlightening, and it's great that Kim, as a former member for Brand, continues to contribute to this important discussion, given his extraordinary expertise and experience. But the truth is, critical minerals are totally essential to clean energy technologies, and these are the things that all the world needs and wants to reach net zero. So having the supply chain to make sure we have options, that other nations have options, that AUKUS nations have options around their supply chains is very important. And that's why the Prime Minister is working with President Biden on the compact on climate and critical minerals. And that's the work I'll be doing later in the year, going to the US to progress that, because we do need greater US engagement, but particularly investment in making sure we can have more of those processing facilities here. Because we're good at extraction, no doubt about it, but getting that more investment into refining and processing, and that's really what the critical mineral story is about. It's not going to be pretty. There are going to be more refineries and there are going to be more processing plants, but that's absolutely what the story of critical minerals is. We need to do that to make sure we can have battery storage, renewable energy, all the things we need to decarbonise.
Okay, a final question. Let's talk about gas to finish up, because there are very significant differences within the government and within the Labor Party about gas, the role of gas and its future. So can I just ask you, for how long do you think Australia will be an exporter of gas? And how do you see gas? Is it a fossil fuel on the way out, or is it an indispensable and invaluable transition fuel?
Yeah. Well, it is a fossil fuel, there's no doubt. It contributes to global emissions, and this government has introduced laws to make sure that any operator of gas fields and so forth, come in under the safeguards mechanism. So that's an important step that everyone is taking. And I might add, it was the gas companies themselves that committed to net zero emissions well before the Commonwealth of Australia did. So we should respect their efforts to decarbonise as well. And also their investment in abatement technologies like CCUS, but also wider programs for offsets. Our region, we need gas. The growth in gas in this state is driven by minerals processing. basically for critical minerals, but other minerals as well. So there is a need for gas in this state to power the minerals processing we'll need to have the technologies to decarbonise. And that's why the offsets and the CCUS are so important, because we need one thing, gas, to get the other, critical minerals. So, you know, that's this state's story. But then there are other nations that have also committed to net zero by 2050 before this country did, that have chosen a pathway through LNG, and that's South Korea and also Japan and Singapore and others. And they're important partners. They've helped us grow these industries, the regions around them, the jobs that are in the suburbs, like where I live in Rockingham and all around this state. So gas will be a part of the future, but it will also be part of a decarbonised future, because that's what the gas companies are committed to and what this government is committed to. And to be honest, I think we're all actually on the same page. There are just disagreements on how we get there. And I don't mean between government and Gascos, I mean between some activists around the corner, you know, around the way. But the thing is, we do want to get to net zero. Gas will be part of that story.
Minister, thank you very much for your presentation, for your involvement in this Q&A. Can I ask the audience to clear across to you?
Thank you, Minister King, and thank you, Paul. And I think I speak for everybody at The Australian when I say that Paul is a true national treasure. He's been covering politics for how long he won't actually tell me, but suffice to say he's met a lot of ministers in his time and he's still as fresh and as sharp as he has ever been. So thank you, Paul.
The Australian 2023 Bush Summit is proudly brought to you by Hancock Prospecting and Woolworths.
Now, we'd like to encourage some interactivity in some of our segments today. That can be a little bit confronting for journalists. Sometimes we like things to be a one-way street, but we do actually want to know what you guys want to know. So throughout the day, our audiences will have the opportunity to ask questions. If you're in the room here in Perth, you can do this by scanning the QR code on the front of your lanyards. It's also up on the screen. Follow the prompts to the live Q&A, allowing you to ask questions via your phone. If you're watching via the stream online, you'll be able to ask questions in the question box that appears to the side of your screen. Or if you're watching on Sky News, you can scan the QR code that's on your screen now. You can also tweet about the event as it unfolds using the hashtag #BushSummit. I'd now like to introduce our first panel of the day. They'll be discussing the decade ahead and how regional WA can prepare for the future as the state and the nation faces immense change. Moderating the discussion is John Lehman, Managing Director, The Australian, New South Wales, ACT and Prestige Titles. And joining him on our panel is Jim Engelke, General Manager, Kimberley Agricultural Investments, Rebecca Tompkinson, CEO, Chamber of Minerals and Energy WA, Rick Ford, a very proud dad, I've no doubt, and Manager of Fossil Downs, and Lawford Benning, Executive Chair of the MG Corporation. Come to the stage and over to you, John.
Welcome, panellists. We have questions rolling through here, so please feel no obligations at all, but please ask the questions. The Bush Summit truly is about bringing a voice to regional and rural Australia, and we want that voice to be heard here and across the nation, and I'm sure our panellists will help with that endeavour this morning. So decade ahead, it's the big topic. So much going on in WA, and we've already heard it really is at the centre of what Australia is going to look like 10 years from now. So let's put our thinking caps on, and I might go first to you, Rebecca. Rebecca's made a bit of history of her own, actually, being appointed last year as the first female CEO of the Chamber of Minerals and Energy in WA after 125 years. And I know she's a very dynamic operator, but Rebecca, what would you say that the one big thing is that we really have to grasp now if we really are going to really generate those opportunities in the future.
Thanks, John, and it's a great pleasure to be here with the Australian today for a very important conversation. I am a proud country kid. I grew up in the regions of WA, having lived in Karratha and in the Wheatbelt, and they have always batted above their average and delivered great outcomes, not just here in WA, but nationally. So the big moment is right now. So as Minister King was just touching on, the rare and critical minerals that we have in abundance here in WA are the pathway to net zero. The Minister talks about Australia being that line. I say that net zero can only be achieved through WA, that's how significant the minerals energy sectors are to the achievement of our global ambitions around net zero. But we do have to capitalise right now. We want to be those price setters, not price takers. We need that investment in our downstream processing. We are exceptionally good at that extraction. We need to do more to develop our processing industry, our chemicals industry, so that we can ensure that we are there to deliver for this next intergenerational opportunity for Australians. That's what is present for us right now. It is really important that we're able to deliver that global energy transition, and in order to do that, we need to double down on our mining efforts.
So we really need more mining, not less.
We absolutely do, John. More mining than we've ever done before. So, for instance, we need twice as much cobalt, twice as much copper, twice as much nickel in this next decade than we've ever produced before. It's a significantly important part of who we are as a nation, not just for our own economic prosperity, but to deliver those net zero ambitions for the globe. It really is about ensuring that those minerals, those important components that go to battery storage, the components that are in the solar panels, that are in the wind turbines, are all produced by our industry. We need to do more mining than we've ever done, and we know that we are in a really strong position to be able to utilise our ESG credentials, our mining expertise, our technology, extraordinary technology in our industry, to really ensure we can deliver on the community's ambitions.
So when we see anti-gas protesters in the driveway of a CEO of Woodside on this occasion, with ABC cameras at the ready, does that say to you that we still have, that there is more the industry needs to do to really promote how gas is that intermediate fuel, and that really the renewable future that we talk about won't happen unless we do make gas an essential ingredient of that?
Thanks, John. I just want to say, first of all, that I don't think there's a person in the room that wouldn't agree with me when I say protesting at someone's home in front of their family is just fundamentally un-Australian. It really is, and that we are all committed to being able to lawfully protest, and that is an absolute community right. But the way in which we undertake that needs to be recognised at the very important part around personal security, and particularly that of family. And we've come out very strongly to absolutely condemn those actions, and our strong disappointment in the national broadcaster's role in that. The contribution that the gas sector needs to make for us as a community, gas is absolutely essential to transition. I do agree we need to talk more. We need to have an honest, absolutely honest conversation with our community around what transition looks like. To get to that 82% of new energy sources, we need to do more mining, as we've talked about, than ever before. And gas is an essential part of ensuring that all Australians are able to come with us. Access to energy, affordable energy, is fundamental to our community stability, and particularly that of our national global security. Gas will play an important role over the next decade and decades to come to ensuring we can transition safely and within a secure environment.
Okay, well said. Jim, you're obviously really at the forefront of quite a massive game-changing opportunity with agriculture in the Kimberley. And for those of you who don't know, KAI was selected 10 years ago as the preferred proponent to develop about 13,000 hectares of land in the Ord River irrigation area, and your long-term goal is to build Northern Australia's most exciting agricultural development. So just tell us a little bit about what's going on there, the operations, and really what the big plan is, which will see massive changes there over the next 10 years.
Yeah, so we're rewinding 10 years here. So 10 years ago we went through an exhausting process, I would say, being selected, and there's a couple of people in the audience who will remember that, to be selected as the preferred proponent to develop Ord Stage 2. I occupy an interesting role where I represent a Chinese investor based in Shanghai, And he set out to do something big, because I don't think he knows any other way. In approaching it, we looked at it. It's remote, very remote. You know, possibly we're one of the most remote parts of the world around in doing what we're trying to do. So we set out to develop an integrated, diversified and scalable development. So when I say scalable, I heard some of the things mentioned earlier was we have to be globally competitive.
Yeah.
So if we're not globally competitive as an ag base, then we're not going to be around very long. How we did that and how we're doing that. So we've been operating now 10 years developing land. It's been a bit of a slow burn, but we're beginning to pick up a bit of pace. Stars have aligned a little bit. We set out to integrate with what was already there, the cattle industry, been there for 100 years. We already had a grains industry. We commenced exporting grain to South Korea in the form of maize, food grade.
How long ago was that? Did that start?
We started that about 5 or 6 years ago.
Right,
so
okay.
we've got two markets. We've got an export market to South Korea and a domestic market. Maize was meant to be the rotation crop to cotton. We've more recently commenced building a cotton gin.
Yeah.
So what we're looking for is a grains industry, a cotton industry and a fodder industry. All of that dovetails very nicely into a cattle industry that lifts the whole ag system in the region, ratchets up your cattle management. I'm sure Rick can talk to that.
Yeah.
But ratchets the whole ag sector up.
And how does cotton and cattle go together?
Well, from a cotton point of view, the most interesting thing from an economic point of view is the lint, and that's Australian lint, for those who don't know, is highly sought after around the world. But from a regional point of view, the seed is the most critical thing. It's protein base, which the northern ag cattle industry has been deficient in since it commenced. For West Australians, I like to put it as it's lupins with butter. That's a West Australian context. High in protein, oil, and it allows you to start to differentiate your cattle industry a bit.
Yeah, right. So, and I know the MG Corporation has been very much a key player in these plans. And welcome today, Lawford. Great to have you on board. I'm sure many in the room will know that you know, the MG Corp is really one of the leading organisations in the East Kimberley and really building out that strong economic future for the MG people, who are native title holders over land in the north of the East Kimberley and have really been partnering for many, many years now. But tell us a little bit about how you have been able to partner, and is there a template there that can be rolled out in other parts of Australia when it comes to those partnerships with Indigenous landowners?
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Whadjuk people of this country, the Noongar Nation. For us, I mean, I've looked at the leaders before me and the role that they were playing and the developers around. And through that learning and looking, I said to myself, the only way we're going to make a difference if we really get to know what we're wanting to develop. How do we get ourselves into development? How do we understand this industry? How do we want to make ourselves not just be a typical native title Aboriginal corporation body? We're a development in own right, we're a business organisation in own right, and I believe we work hard just like anyone else. And when I see, like I said, the Ord Stage 3 now coming, I think to be, the way it's moving, is we're going to be really strategic with our approach, and we're really going to capitalise on what we know. What we don't know, we need to buy it and find out how do we go about really moving forward. So we're part of our now community, and I can say, can't say I'm a farmer, no, far from that, but we're learning how cotton is and how cotton works and how we want to transition ourselves into really doing the day-to-day operation and management. And when I look at our Ord Valley, for instance, you know, Jim here and the others in the valley, we've come a long way, I believe, anyway, and we all know that if we're going to really be of a model for excellence, we're going to have hard conversations, but we're going to have real conversations about where we're all standing, where we all sit. And like I said to Jim earlier on, look, you don't have to like me, but we're going to get on and get this job done. So to me, looking at
Do you like
how this
Lawford
all...
Jim, or is he...
Well, I hope so. No, I think he said...
Friendship's over as a law for 25 years.
25 years, yeah.
And look, I think furthermore, it's about relationships. And like I said, if you treat people with respect, be open and honest and transparent. If you don't know nothing, say you don't know nothing. Don't try and blabber and act like you know something. I'm the first to say help. And I believe if you say that today, and we're losing that word help in Australia. I don't believe a lot of us don't say help anymore. And I think we need to be, because not all of us know everything. And like I said, this whole industry of development in my country, the Murrurundi country, it's been an eye-opener for me, and it's rewarding because you get to see the many regulations, the many legislations, and the many clauses and sub-clauses play within any kind or form of development. And again, then you learn from the industries.
Yeah, sure. Now, talking of industries, obviously the MG Corp are partnering in the cotton gin project, which I know recent studies have shown about 1,000 local jobs and generating more than $1 billion in cotton lint exports. So big future there. Where's that project up to now, and is that on track?
We're getting there, eh, Jim?
We've started off, but yes.
When's that due to? When do you hope that would be up and running? How far off?
2025 is when we expect to have our first season.
Yeah, okay. And for those in the Kimberley, I know the Argyle mine was shut down in 2020, and we haven't really seen a project that replaces that when it comes to jobs and things at the moment. So are there other projects that are coming that you think will help take up the slack there for those local jobs?
I reckon there is, and if you look at the infrastructure that's there, we're just going to be clever how we reuse it, because again, otherwise it's going to be wasted resources.
Right.
And I believe, like I said, if you find the right investor or our own government, like I said, we're just going to be clever with how we go about these things, and it'd be sad to see real infrastructure go to waste, or how they say scorch earth. And to me, it's we're going to think more smarter than that.
Yeah, look, I think in recent years, we're talking about critical minerals. There's been a lot of interest in the area. The one thing that we haven't mentioned is Kununurra is powered on hydro power, so our cotton industry will be, our cotton gin will be hydro power, so renewable straight up. There's an opportunity for some of these resource companies to utilise what is currently excess power for their processing facilities that's already a renewable resource.
Yeah, that's right. So there is that power that could be generated
Yes.
straight off the bat. Yeah. And then there's the East Kimberley Clean Energy Project is another project that's on the drawing board as well, although I think that's still a bit of a way off.
Just on the starting line, and look, it's one thing I can boast. It's bringing two Aboriginal corporation, traditional owners together. Even though we're only 100 k's away, half an hour driving. If you do the, if you know the shortcuts, or drive fast without getting
down the
caught.
road.
And KLC and Pollination. Now, what industry people are saying that this is a model that no one's seen in Australia, where we're all coming together as a group, and whether it's going to be a successful model, to me, it's how what we put in is what we're going to get out of it. And when I said to my colleagues in the Ballangarra Aboriginal Corporation, Moorbin KLC, Kimberley Land Council, and Pollination, I said, look, we're going to be really fair go and really straight at where we want to go, how we're going to go about it. And how I say, be fair, think about where we're going. And we're going to be real. Is it going to work? And if it isn't going to work, how do we need, we need to really learn about this whole hydrogen. I don't know nothing about green, blue, yellow, pink. But we need to understand what does it all mean to us. And understand the consequences, impacts, but also how it's going to play a big role with all and our area within Kununurra and beyond Kununurra.
Yeah. Well, we've got Rick Ford here today, and we've already seen Rick's 4 daughters up on the screen today and on the front page of the paper. It was a terrific photograph. Now, the photograph was actually taken by Rick's wife, Stacey, who's here today as well. So if we need more photographs taken up in the Kimberley, and I'm sure we will, Stacey will be coming to you. It's a terrific photo, but well done. But I know, Rick, you've been up in the Kimberley for about 14 years now, and I just love the Fossil Downs story, and I'll just share it really quickly, because I think it just shows so much about the ambition and I guess the perseverance that we've seen our previous settlers here really go to start the pastoral industry up there, and it's got a history that dates back to 1879, Fossil Downs, and soon after there was a vision to settle there. The three brothers from Goulburn in New South Wales set off on an epic trek of about 5,500 kilometres across the country with 700 head of cattle and I think about 60 horses from what I've read. Set out, took them 3 years to get there. They lost their father on the way, died, who was thrown off a horse. And by the time they got there, they'd lost half their herd and only had 13 horses left. So an incredible mission, and I guess you look back now and see the success that's been achieved in Fossil Downs, and you shake your head. A lot of perseverance there. But I guess tell us a little bit about the innovative practices that we're really seeing up at Fossil Downs now. I know you're talking or actually putting into place now breeding new types of cattle, which will be well suited to the climate in the north, and other innovative practices too. But yeah, tell us what you're working on.
Oh, thanks, John. So Hancock Agriculture has a really huge focus on animal welfare. So we figure with all the domestic trade and live export going on, we need to be able to develop a composite breed. And our composite breed that we're looking at bringing in and have on the ground at the moment and then going to further is the Droughtmaster, Red Brangus, Sanapole and a Belmont Red Cross. So that's going to be a flat back poly animal that's tropically adapted to the north, with a slick coat gene, so it's pest resistant to ticks and flies like that, stuff like that. Using technology, DNA, to drive productivity and heritability around fertility, better eating quality, and that real safety and animal welfare with no horns.
Yeah, right. And how many? So you've got calves at the moment, don't you?
Yeah, we have some weaners on the ground. So we implemented it 2 years ago, and we've obviously had to source the genetics around Australia that we really wanted, the desirables, using estimated breeding values and all sorts of stuff that technology that they bull breeders do. So we have some weaners on the ground, and we're hoping to be able to fatten some of those up within the next 2 years and try some eating quality, and then use those bulls and heifers back within our own herd to take the traits that we really want to really ramp up the Kimberley composite.
Yeah, right. And so live export of cattle is in the news again. We've all seen what's happened in Indonesia and Malaysia in recent days with some Australian cattle being found with lumpy skin disease in Indonesia, and a shutdown from 4 different export facilities at the moment. Now, that's not affecting Fossil Downs because Broom's still open, but are you confident that there's going to be a resolution to this issue? Because you obviously don't want to go back to where we've been.
Look, we don't need another 2011. That was devastating. We don't need another knee-jerk reaction like that. So the big problem with lumpy skin is obviously it's already in Indonesia. Our pre-export declaration says that we can't export cattle over there, and they've already got it. So the federal government should be working on those sort of things. Is it a problem? Yes. It's scary for us, and that's why we're developing these other access domestic trade and animals. It's not a problem for us at the moment, but we need to keep a good eye on it. It's all political, driving the price down. We're already doing it tough, coming off the back of the floods, devastating, record-breaking floods up there with a lot of water, obviously going to waste at the moment, and we need to keep a good eye on it.
So, and the Department of Primary Industry says that there's no lumpy skin disease that's been detected here. So you think it is really a business ploy to drive down prices?
Yeah, obviously they're injecting the vaccine, and once you inject the vaccine, once they arrive, you test for that, and the bacteria brings back a test positive. Okay, so are we testing enough in Australia? We probably should have been doing some pre-testing to keep a good eye on it. We've known about it for 18 months. So, if we needed to be doing some testing to make sure it's not here, some more widespread testing to prove that we are still, we don't want another bovine Johne's disease outbreak here, like devastation as well.
Yeah, no. So, Rebecca, where do you see sort of the energy question going in places like the Kimberley? I mean, obviously the Pilbara is world-renowned for the mining operations there, and when you say we do need to get involved in more mining, does Kimberley factor in that at all?
It does, John, and I think the work that Hancock are undertaking in their own mine sites and alongside their other businesses, Jim's point about hydro in the Kimberley, it's really utilising that form of partnership where we can bring those elements together to leverage the skills and strengths across the industry. I think what regional Australians, all Australians are really good at is putting their minds to a problem and coming up with a solution. You know, Fossil Downs, as you shared that opening story, imagine the resilience and the tenacity and Paul Kelly's question, you know, are we up to the task? Well, I think we've absolutely demonstrated, even in the arrival just today of what we're talking about in new industries for cattle, just how much we are up to this task, but how important it is that we partner with government, with First Nations, with industry to ensure that we come at this as a holistic solution.
Yeah. And there has been great history of working with the landowners in WA in the mining industry as well. So I think it shows that it can happen and happen well for the benefit of everyone. We've got big conversations going in Australia about the voice at the moment. Lawford, I should sort of probably ask you, as you know, as Australians are considering the merits of the voice proposal, do you think it'll make a positive difference for Indigenous people if it's passed at the referendum? I've put you on the spot here a bit, I know.
I was thinking about this early on. And look, it's really going to come back to everybody that's in this room, everybody that's outside of this room. Whatever decision they're going to make is going to be the one we're going to live with. And if it's the one, if it's yes, we're all going to run with it. If it's no, we're going to run with it. So to me, look, I'm not too fussed. I believe that's going to happen on the day, and it's going to show its true colours.
So there's not a set position that the MG Corp has taken, have there? You believe this is a personal decision for everyone?
As I said, it's a decision that's going to be made by the individual, 18 plus, that's on the electoral roll, and if they make that decision, they're going to make that decision. And for every one of them that's out there, like I said, they're going to look in the mirror, they're going to really own their conviction to yes or no.
Yeah. Okay, well said. Certainly there'll be plenty more discussions on that topic today and in the weeks ahead. Water is another sort of political issue that's become a huge sort of flashpoint in Australia over many decades now, and I think there's you know, we've been through El Nino, we're now getting ready for El Nino again, and we start talking about drought. And it's worth noting that the Bush Summit actually started, the Daily Telegraph launched the Bush Summit back in 2019 when the drought was raging across parts of New South Wales. So some of the conversations we had in Tamworth on Friday were again about are we prepared, have we learnt from the past when it comes to water management. But I know when you think of places like the Kimberley and looking ahead, you're probably more water rich and land poor than anything, but are there issues here that need to be discussed that relate to water management and making sure that we're using the water effectively and, you know, not, you know, wasting water, but also using it to the maximum benefit?
Well, our struggle is using it, John. One of the worst things I think we've done is imported East Coast water philosophy, certainly in our part of the world anyway, where we are very much water rich and land poor. So we're still trying to develop a system, an irrigated system there that can effectively utilise that water. Now, when we're using it, certainly in our case where we're developing with all the latest technology, tailwater recycling and so on. And the way we're even growing cotton is utilising some of the rainfall. So in fact, our cotton crops, not our maize crops so much because they're all dry season, but our cotton crops will be some of the most efficient in the country, given that they take up a portion of their requirement from rainfall.
Yeah, right. And what about you, Rick? Obviously water important for cattle.
Oh, very important. Obviously I don't need as much as I had this year. Ran through all the houses at home.
Is that right? Floods, huh?
Yeah, and washed away pretty...
Have you been in drought up in Fossil Downs before?
Not since 19, so 19 was pretty difficult.
Yeah,
but
right, okay.
Obviously water is a huge portion. We've got sun, air, soil and water, and we've got lots of it in the Kimberley, right? 93,000 square kilometre catchment in the Fitzroy, 7,000 gigalitres of water run down the river a year. So that's a lot of water. To put that in perspective, for everyone out there, if we look at Earth, it's 40,000 kilometres circumference. We get a ribbon of water 1 metre by 1 metre, and we wrap it around Earth 185 times.
Wow.
That's how much water runs down the Fitzroy, with one extraction licence being of 6 gigalitres, which is 0.001% of one extraction out of the Fitzroy. So there's heaps of water. CSIRO report says we can have 100,000 hectares on 85% of the years, and environment will still not suffer. So that's a lot of water.
How many hectares do you run cattle on now?
Over Hancock runs 2 pastoral leases up there, but you know, we're 2 million acres up there. So yeah, there's a vast amount of water.
Vast amount of water, yeah. Yeah, interesting. So, yeah, no, interesting conversations, and I think you just kind of hear about the different type of industries and opportunities that are opening up across the north. It's fascinating, and it's certainly, I think, we hear a lot about the social problems and a lot about the politicking, but meanwhile, there's a lot going on. And how do you feel, like 10 years from now, are we going to be in a better place than we are now? Are we going to see more jobs? Are there going to be less social problems in the north? Do you feel confident about that? I'll ask all of you that question.
Well, if I kick off, yes, look, I hope so. 10 years from now, I think I'm a farmer, so I don't deal too much with the mining, but from my point of view, I'd like to see agriculture expanded, and particularly into the other regions of the Kimberley, where there's other Indigenous groups in particular that need something to focus and need real employment and economic activity. If you look across the north, and every day I wake up and go to work, I see Indigenous disadvantage, and it's in your face.
Yeah.
I do know that where there's investment and where there's economic activity and where there's opportunity, at least you've got a pathway out. Where there's no investment, where there's no economic development, and there are no pathways. So you've got to create a pathway. You've got to start that.
And we've got the pathway.
If we've got the pathway, then you've got to do the work to
What about you, Rebecca? You confident?
I am confident. I know the work that our member companies are doing. I know the work that is happening in the Kimberley, and absolutely that sense of possibility. We have the biggest energy transition in a generation, and the jobs that will come from that, the new industries that we need to create, the new mining tenements that we need to facilitate, working authentically in partnership with First Nations people to bring about that economic prosperity is a real focus. I think to Jim's point, there needs to be a pathway. Industry has always delivered that pathway.
About you, Rick?
Yeah, look, I'm optimistic. Obviously, we need some infrastructure in the Kimberleys.
What sort of infrastructure in particular do you really need?
Oh, look, I think our roads. You know, we've got a Duncan Highway, we've got the Tanami Highway, both dirt. We've got a national highway from Kununurra to Broome, but there's still 11 single-lane bridges.
Yeah.
You know, that's a national highway. One of them.
And that's for trucks, for people caravanning?
Yeah, bad corners. It's pretty scary. You know, we've lost lives up there, and there's going to be more. So we can't have a national highway that's bitumen from Kununurra to Broome with 11 single-lane bridges. Port, you know, I think the port at Port Torment, you know, the deep sea port, where we're not having to catch a tide to get minerals out or cattle out, you know, so that's 55 k's north of Derby. Needs to be looked at, those sorts of things, and we might get there. And obviously a water allocation plan down the Fitzroy River. That's a Labor government promise, and we haven't got there yet.
Good. Okay, we'll be promoting these things. Lawful, what do you want to see?
I agree with the three here, and the only thing I probably want to add is going to still take leadership of all levels and sphere of government, industry, Aboriginal corporations, and the community itself. Because again, where you want to invest in town, whether it's a remote, regional, or a city, you gotta love what you put in, and I guess it's going to take all of us to do what we need to do. And look, I believe there's a lot of beautiful things that's, I guess, cutting up, even the state of WA, and we have to really embrace what we've got in our state and really harness it and only improve.
Yeah. Do you think governments are moving quickly enough when it comes to things like planning proposals? Be honest.
Honest? Look. I think my grey hair calling it. Look, they do what they do, and I think, I guess, a bit more faster turnaround will assist us, especially in the industry or in the development sector, because it's the momentum of a town. So when you really bring an idea or you talk about an idea and then you grow people's expectation, the last thing you want then, you know, we're all here moving, and then it's this government department needs to talk to that government department and vice versa and keep going around. I'm thinking, don't you all work for one government? So the inter-entity of government needs to really, I think really, clever, will fast-track some of the things that they're doing. Because again, as you all know, development, when you're hungry, you got to move.
Yeah.
If you don't move, you lose out on opportunity. And if I heard the minister early part, or someone said, the world's out there, the world's bigger than Kununurra, and we know this.
Yeah.
And if we're going to be that competing township, we need to move fast, and we need our government to move fast with us.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the conversation, Jim, Rebecca, Rick and Lawford. Thanks for your time and great observations. Thank you. Now I'm introducing to the stage Adam Giles. Adam is the CEO of Hancock Agriculture and S. Kidman. So if you can come up, Adam, we've got a few curly ones for you.
G'day, I'm Adam Giles, the CEO of Hancock Agriculture and S. Kidman & Co. And when the opportunity came up to be a partner of the Bush Summit, we welcomed it with open arms. We are proud regional Australians. We operate in the agriculture, mining and energy sector. We are a key contributor and key partner in regional Australia. And being a partner in those communities, we see a lot of the opportunities, hopes, aspirations and dreams, and of course the challenges. We provide a lot in terms of grants and support and funding and all of those sorts of things. We're led by an executive chairman in Mrs. Gina Reinhardt, who is from the bush, history dating back to the mid-1800s in an agricultural sense. She's passionate about everything she does. She drives that passion and vision through her companies, through her CEOs, through her staff, and even the way we care for our animals. We know the bush, we know the communities. We want to help provide and give back to those community members by sharing that platform with News Corp so people can tell their great stories, share their hopes and their dreams and their aspirations, and talk about those key challenges that are coming ahead to get some sort of a united voice to take back to government so that they can hear things that we're experiencing and we're seeing.
Well, welcome to the stage, Adam. Nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Now, we've been talking about this Bush Summit for a while, you and me, getting our ducks in a row. And I guess when we first announced the Bush Summit, when News Corp did, and we decided to take the Bush Summit national for the first time, and we're actually off to Port Lincoln tomorrow in South Australia, then down to Tassie, back to Wodonga on Thursday, and we finish up in Rockhampton in Queensland, good cattle country there on Friday. So we're on the road going national, and I know when you and I started talking about the opportunities here, you suggested that Mrs. Reinhardt may be interested in being involved, but she wanted to see a WA component. Why was that important?
Well, thanks, John. Mrs. Reinhardt's had a close connection to the agriculture industry since the mid-1800s in the Pilbara. She obviously operates a lot of mines in Western Australia. She's got agricultural companies, of which I'm the CEO, in Western Australia, Northern Territory, Queensland and New South Wales. Got gas operations in Queensland and a range and Western Australia, and a number of projects. So she has a very firm commitment to regional Australia and the bush, and she said to me quite pointedly that she's very happy to support a Bush Summit, but not if Western Australia is not involved. There's often, as a person who lives in regional Victoria, has an office in Brisbane and travels around the country a lot, there's a clear them and us sort of mentality, and just on this particular issue, she said she wants WA involved, and it's great to be here in Perth. I think it's great to see that last panel that was just on, and to me that's what it's all about. You've got a traditional owner from the MG Corporation in relation to native title and a prescribed body corporate, who's coming up with economic opportunities and looking for partnerships, working with a multinational, a cattle farmer, Rick, who I know very well from Fossil Downs, and also talking about energy with Rebecca. So to me that's about bringing people together, bringing issues together in the whole of Western Australia and sharing that with the rest of the country. And I know that the live stream event today will be sending important messages back. And just to touch on something that the Minister King spoke about this morning, she talked a little bit about people in the cities, and let's not point out this isn't about the 86% versus the 14%, but people in the cities don't know where things come from, whether they're critical minerals, or whether as simple as the last point about cotton, and what cotton in Kununurra does to improve the cattle. So while Rick is making a better animal for a better beef product, it's actually the cotton seed that you'll feed the cattle to make the beef better, which will end up on the plates of people around here. So bringing people together from Western Australia to Australia, but also Kimberley to Perth, is a good point.
Now, we had quite a lively day in Tamworth on Friday, a lot of issues running around. You were quite outspoken about the Aboriginal Culture Act, which has recently been repealed, and more thinking to go there, and also the Voice too. But why are those issues important for Hancock and S. Kidman?
Well, they aren't the major topics for us as an agricultural company, or from our global prospecting company, whether it's mining and energy and so forth. But from Western Australia, what the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act did to us was it said that the blunt instrument was coming in on the 1st of July this year. We had a range of operations both in southern WA and northern WA and the Kimberleys and the Pilbara, where we run cattle and other operations. And we knew that if we wanted to put a water trough in, or build a shade over a trough, or put fence lines in, the disturbance of 4 kilos of dirt and building a hole for a fence post, it was going to be a problem. So we went and spent a lot of money prior to the 30th of June to get all of our excavation works done so that we could comply with legislation. We had hundreds of staff all over WA running around to comply because we didn't want to breach that compliance. Unfortunately, Premier Cook, I think, has done the right thing in listening to people, particularly the leadership of Tony Seabrook at the PGA and also West Australia Farmers Federation and the general community in changing that legislation. But for us, it was going to have huge impacts on our operation. It was going to have significant financial impacts. And we thought that, professionally, it was going to be detrimental to our operations and business. That's not to say that we aren't firmly committed to working with Aboriginal people on the ground in WA and around the country, but we are very firm on talking with local Aboriginal people at the local level and forming those important conversations, potentially forming joint ventures with people such as Lawford from MG about what you can do, particularly economically, to drive change and give those jobs.
Yeah, I think the other hot button issue that came through in Tamworth was energy and the shift to different renewable energy sources. There was a pushback from farmers worried about wind turbine farms being imposed on strong agricultural land with, in their view, not as much consultation as they'd like. And there was talking about that city-country divide a little bit. There was this sort of view that why aren't these wind farms being located closer to the cities where the great amounts of power are needed rather than taking up good agricultural land. But how have you gone about sort of transitioning to different energy sources? And there is a cost there that really has to be, that is borne by someone at the end of the day. Tell us a little bit about your views and what Hancock has been doing in that space. I know you've been trialling things like electric utes and all the rest.
Yeah. Well, there's I suppose there's two questions there about one, what are we doing corporately, and what's the view on the net zero?
Yeah.
Obviously, Australia's, as a general population, are looking for part of a change, and we have our base, we have our coal, we have our gas, and there's going to be those parts of our industry and our energy mix going forward into the future. What we're doing at Hancock Agriculture is working to see how we can provide economic solutions to some of those challenges or some of those measures that we see, and part of us is looking at what we can do to reduce our diesel usage. We spend $5 million a year on diesel, whether that's driving tractors or cars or whatever, or homesteads or whatever that may be. So we're putting in things like every one of our properties at Kidman is going to be a solar bore. All our homesteads this year, we're spending $600,000 on each one to convert them all to solar with a battery hybrid backup system. We've got electric motorbikes running around. We're trialling electric cars, although the cars and the utes aren't up to scratch at the moment, technology-wise. But we're doing a number of things in that area.
Have you had any run out of electricity in the back paddock?
Well, I don't drive them, but I hope no one has. I don't think so. The motorbikes seem to be working well, but the cars, the technology's just not there yet. Same as the tractors. There's no technology there yet from a tractor point of view. But we'll keep doing things that make economic sense and help us in selling products to the market and what the consumer wants. But the net zero, from an east coast of Australia point of view, it's coming onto the agriculture and the regional sector like a blunt instrument. And wind towers and the transmission lines are the big thing. And it was very interesting in Tamworth last Friday seeing owners of overseas transmission companies talking up the good things they're doing to support net zero. And also the wind tower companies talking about that. But on the other side of the room, the whole bunch of regional people in New South Wales, and I know it's a massive issue in Victoria and Queensland and South Australia, worried about what the transmission lines and the wind towers are doing. So I think that is going to be a big issue for the net zero rollout. And I don't think it's because people don't want to see change. They just don't like the way that it's being done and the way it's being orchestrated. And this is where it comes back to the Bush Summit. It's about getting those regional issues and getting them onto the tables and the lips and the ears of those people, particularly who make decisions in Canberra, Sydney and Melbourne. And that's part of the challenge, because wind towers and transmission lines in Australia is a red-hot issue. My read from a commercial perspective, being involved in both Hancock prospecting and the agricultural space with Hancock, is it's not as much of an issue for us over here in Western Australia, but it is certainly an issue. And with 25 million people in Australia, I can just see the day when there's 50 million people and the whole country's littered with transmission lines and wind towers everywhere. And to me, that's not helping our environment at all, and let alone the critical components that go into those things and their recyclable nature.
Now, just quickly, Adam took me out for a great lunch in Brisbane, actually, when I was still trying to get our partnership organised. And we've got Eskidman pies here today, I think. So if you see one floating around, definitely it's worth a sample. I think I might try to get them on at the Royal Randwick, actually, because we need them out there. They're very good. But just tell us a bit about the steak and the Wagyu that you have got going through Eskidman and Hancock Ag, because it's brilliant stuff. And do you know, have you got restaurants in Perth who've got them on?
Yeah, there's a range of restaurants in Perth. We've got hundreds of restaurants all around Australia selling all of our beef product, both in Kidman and also with 2GR, with our 2GR. World famous 9+ Wagyu operations that go around Australia. Mrs. Reinhardt's done a great job in leading that change.
Yeah, 2GR, keep your eyes out for that. It's well worth a treat. Thank you, Adam, and thanks for all your involvement in the Bush Summit. Your knowledge has really, I think, helped us make sure that the right conversations are being had, and you know, the coverage will continue in the Australian online now and in our papers in the days ahead. So
I was talking to Mrs. Reinhardt just before. She's looking forward to coming here this afternoon and addressing everybody. So thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you.
Please join me in thank you, Adam and John. We're now going to take a short break for morning tea. Whether you're in the room or watching the live stream, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
The Australian 2023 Bush Summit is proudly brought to you by Hancock Prospecting and Woolworths.
And all you wanna do is rock. She don't wanna bear the shock no more. And it's just sweat that fills your eyes. Let it feel inside you, have denied. When every wolf is at your door, just like 100 times before. But you don't wanna leave the air. You're amazing. images in your mind. Your eagerness now is on the line. Plastic mountain at your feet. Divided streets now as you look to find a seat. The neighborhood is at your door, just like 100 times before. But you don't wanna leave the end. 'Cause you're amazing. We did amazing things, and I wouldn't change it. 'Cause we were amazing things. And I really didn't want that push today. No, I really did not want to end that way. But things that seem to bind us, things put behind us on that. Hey, 'cause you're amazing. We did amazing things, and I wouldn't change it. 'Cause we were amazing things. 'Cause you were amazing. We did amazing things, and I wouldn't change it. 'Cause we were amazing things.
6 years I've lived in the city. Every night I dream of the sea. They say home is where you find it. Will this place ever satisfy me? For I come from the salt water people. We always live by the sea. Now I'm down here living in the city with all of my family. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me.
and see the real thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see. Come and see the real thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see. There's a meaning there, but the meaning there doesn't really mean a thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see. I am the real thing. Mow, 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 trying hard to understand, but really not. You're seeing me. Trying hard to understand, but really not. You're seeing me. There's a meaning there, but the meaning there doesn't really mean a thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see. I am the real thing. Mama, 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 trying hard to understand, but well enough, you're seeing me. Trying hard to understand, but well enough, you're seeing me. There's a meaning there, but the meaning there doesn't really mean a thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see. I am the real thing. Mow, 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 mow,
bedroom doing her homework. She's fluid like her anxious, going berserk. One is cigarette resting on the window, other one's twiddling with the radio. Don't like to talk back on the horses drive me nuts. Your nighttime sounds fine, it's no ifs or buts. There's still some magic, there's still some fun. If you don't transistors wrapped around his ear. Listen to the traffic, it's not really clear. The crackles and clicks, it pops and starts, it's blasting out those top-forwarded charts. AM or FM, I listen to the both of them. Listen to the radio since I don't know when. Life's so busy, I run, it's got somewhere to go. In the background, there's always a radio. Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? And that's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio? The radio, the radio, the radio now. The kids playing, it just don't ever stop. The radio, the radio, the radio now. Hey now, radio. Who listens to the radio? Who listens to the radio? That's what I'd like to know. Who listens to the radio? 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 Listen to the sound of the revolution. Everybody's out on the street tonight. Everybody's cool. Everything's alright. I got a feeling in my bones we're gonna get it on tonight. We drive my car where the wild things are. I got a green limousine. Everyone's a stunt, but they won't get far without a green limousine. Someone burn the flag of the old convention. Set the wheels in motion here tonight. Everybody's cool and everything's alright. You better pray that your old man don't get home tonight. When we drive my car where the wild things are, I got a green
feels right. Better pray that your old man don't get home tonight. Come on, drive my car where the wild things are. I got a green limousine. Everyone's a star, but they won't get far without a green limousine. John and Coda, well, put it up for sale and put a green limousine where I got big land with black money and a green limousine. Watch me driving mine. Try to catch me on the fly. See me driving by. You'll never know soul satisfaction without some kind of action.
Gee, she said, the bands don't seem to play around here no more. Saturday night just ain't the same. I wish everything was back the way it used to be before. I sit here and push my long hair back behind my ears. Face I used to hide behind is now becoming ghostly with the years. Goodbye, tiger, chasing those Dolce Vita times. Somehow you seem to have left me far behind. But you can hear me whisper on the nightline.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Somehow you seem to have left me far behind. You can hear me whisper on the night line. Goodbye, tiger. Goodbye, tiger. Goodbye. I said, that's all right. It's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Goodbye, tiger. That's all right, that's all right, that's all right, that's all right. You can hear me whispering, I'm calling out to you on that night time. You can hear me whispering, I'm calling out to you on that night time. That's all right. That's all right, that's all right, that's all right. So one of these days, sun will shine, everything's gonna work out fine. I sure hope that it does, don't you? I said one of these days, sun will shine, everything's gonna work out fine. It's because I love you, not because we're far apart. It's because I love you, and because you're near my heart. It's because I miss you, oh how long it seems to be. It's because I miss you, thoughts of you come back to me. once we walked together from the field up to the hill. Promised love forever, I remember that day still. It's because I love you, I'll come home to you one day. It's because I love you.
The Australian 2023 Bush Summit is proudly brought to you by Hancock Prospecting and Agriculture, standing up for the bush. And Woolworths, proudly partnering with growers and suppliers across regional Australia, picking Australian fruit and veg first. That's today's fresh food people.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed morning tea. I hope you had a pie. I think John effectively drove everybody straight to the pies, which was great. And if you're just joining us now via the live stream, welcome to the Australians Bush Summit 2023 being held in Perth, Western Australia. If you'd like to tweet about the event as it unfolds, you can use the hashtag Bush Summit. Before the break, we heard from Adam Giles, CEO, Hancock Agriculture, and S. Kidman & Co. I'd like to now introduce our second panel of the day. They'll be discussing livability. Moderating the discussion is Jenna Clark, Associate Editor of The Australian and the best dressed woman here today, I think. Joining her on the panel are Mia Davies MP, Member for the Central Wheatbelt, Dr Neil Fong, Chair, WA Country Health Service, Kieran Henley, General Manager, Clinical Royal Flying Doctor Service, Peter Long, Mayor of Karratha, and Gerhard Veldsman, Chief Executive Officer, Roy Hill. Over to you, Jenna.
Thank you, Claire. And I must say, I am probably not the best dressed of many best dressed people, and I need to apologise to our Nutriem Ag people here today. I should have worn my Nutrien Ag green, but I apologise, so thank you so much. Please welcome our amazing livability panel, Mia Davies, Dr Neil Fong, Dr Kieran Donnelly, Peter Long and Gerard Veldsman. Lady and gents, so nice to have you with us. I'm going to start with you, Mia. Obviously, you have been you're not only a country girl, born in Walcatcham, and have served in the West Australian Parliament for a number of years. Mm-hmm. Tell me about what does livability in regional Western Australia mean to you?
I think from our perspective it means having access to services and infrastructure that make it easy for our communities to invest back in themselves, to see a future for their kids, to be able to allow their parents and grandparents to age safely in those communities, and for us to thrive instead of just trying to eke out and survive. And so you need a mix of infrastructure, you need those services, and we all know that's more difficult the further away from the major cities to deliver them, and it's more expensive, and we don't quite fit in the box that so many of our policymakers try to fit us in. So when I think about childcare or aged care services, things that actually allow businesses to thrive and for communities to stay together, it's very challenging to deliver those. Even 100 k's from Perth, let alone if you're up in the Kimberleys or out in the goldfields or down in the south of the state. So it's making sure that you've got the whole package, not just good health, good education. And too often governments, I think, come along and they'll say in an election cycle, here, you can have some money for your school, but you won't see them again for another 4 years. And a school, while it's incredibly important, isn't the only thing that's going to make that community thrive. And so we need to allow our communities to be self-sufficient, which means the government needs to look for ways to provide funding that supports, I think, projects specific to those places, because you would never deliver things the same way in the Wheatbelt as you would in Kununurra, and that one size fits all from any government, state or federal, it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Peter, you are the Mayor of Karratha, a major hub up in the northwest. That is true. You can't, it's not a one size fits all aspect when it comes to regional Australia, regional Western Australia. You know, the money comes in. What is it that governments and local government at your level can do to make it more attractive for people to live in the regions and retain people up there?
Well, we're very fortunate because we own our own airport, so we actually have a source of income apart from rates. But the problem with local governments all over Australia is that 30%, roughly a third of the population, generates two-thirds of the nation's income. In WA, it's something like 20% of the people generate 80% of the state's income. And the problem is that we don't have any other way of actually earning income apart from rates, and maybe some small businesses we do. If local government had the ability to earn its own income separate from the state, we could do a lot more. Unfortunately, in WA now, the state government's actually reduced the upper house representation from 50% to 20%, so it's killed 60% of our vote. So we now have what they call population inequality. We have the greatest population inequality on earth. And we are now at the same standard as someone like Russia or communist countries where everything is dominated by a central organisation. So we need to change that. We need to get local governments so they have their own source of income, and then we can build our own houses, and then we can actually help build our own hospitals and do a whole range of things. We've done some of that in Karratha because I say we're lucky we own our own airport and we own our own tip, and we've actually had a very business orientation to what we do. So we've been able to do a lot. But a lot of smaller local governments can't. I think smaller local governments need to get together, and we as a country, we need to actually start giving power to the people in the regions who actually generate the money. It's totally unfair as it is now. Perhaps a proportion of the GST that's raised in that area, there's things we need to look at, but the situation is getting worse. It's getting more and more unequal, and unless we do something, unless we start to empower the people in the regions to actually make the livability of their regions equivalent to the city, it'll only get worse. So it comes down to being able to generate our own income.
With that, let's pivot to health. Dr Neil Fong, you are the chair of the WA Country Health Service. In terms of, as Mia has pointed out, education is very important, hospitals are very important. I guess you've dealt with COVID. You deal with the lack of housing available to doctors, GPs and nurses and frontline health workers. What are some of the issues? How can government fix the health crisis in the bush? But also, what can the community do to also help itself?
Look, it's been great to hear about industry and resources in the bush this morning, but none of that's going to be possible if they don't have good health care. So the number one key issue for the bush and for the livability in the bush is access to health care. And the number one crisis situation in our healthcare industry at the moment is the workforce. So, we've got the livability of our communities, but we've also got the livability of staff that we're trying to attract to go and look after those people so they are retained in the bush. So it's a serious issue. Everybody knows, I think, in this room and who's listening today, that without the hospital or the health service, and in Western Australia where we're meeting today, we are the largest geographical health service in the world, with the most remote communities in the world, not just in Australia. So being able to provide those services and do it in a way which doesn't always require having a person. So we've been trying to explore and at the frontier of telehealth services, where now literally tens of thousands of our services are provided through virtual care and through telehealth. That's one way we're innovating to try and meet that demand. But in terms of getting people to stay in the bush and retain them there, it's extremely difficult, and I think it's the number one issue for livability. Yeah. We had New South Wales Premier Chris Minns speak at the Bush Summit in Tamworth over last week. He floated the idea of $20,000 extra for those willing to go out to the bush. Do you think that should potentially be expanded, considering WA's massive budget largesse, for doctors? I want to say teachers as well. Look, there are lots of incentive programs both by state and federal governments and territory governments. It's not always, though, about the money with health care staff. It's a simple thing like having a decent house to live in and feeling secure in your community. The number one issue for Western Australian health at the moment is security and staff accommodation. So, and it's it might sound silly, but it's like having a nice, piece of grass to come home to that you haven't got time to look after in front of your house. Because you've been working 12 or 15-hour shifts, and things like that will make the difference. So it's not always about the incentives and money, but it is, that helps. And, hats off to governments that are trying lots of incentives for, not just for doctors, but for allied health people and for nurses in particular. Yeah. What about things like voluntary paramedics as well? Well, we rely on a volunteer system. Again, one of the unique things in Australia here in Western Australia through the St John Ambulance volunteers. It's getting harder to get people to volunteer. They're getting older, a lot of our communities, so you've got this catch-22. But, you know, hats off to them. But, look, we are looking at ways in which we can provide transport and retrieval, because that's the other thing. You can have a hospital, but you then need to have a very good retrieval and transport system for when people do need to go back to a regional centre or a capital city.
Yeah, that is a good segue into Dr. Kieran Donnelly, who is the chair of the RFDS here in Western Australia. You do some great work, Dr. Donnelly. Retrieval in WA, incredibly perilous for your staff.
I'm not sure I would agree with that. That's it's our sort of day-to-day bread and butter. There absolutely are risks, there are challenges, and there's a degree of working in an austere environment which does sort of enliven the day, shall we say. But I'm very lucky in that I had the opportunity to work at the front line for the best part of a decade before I took a managerial role. And I'm speaking as an outsider here. You can probably tell I'm not a native son of these shores from my accent. And from the I arrived in Derby 1st of November 2011. Really, from when I hit the ground, it was just a joy. You know, yes, there are challenges out there, but there's a lot of fun, and certainly as a city dweller, don't forget about how important community is. I'm sure it's not lost to anybody in this room, but that was a real gift for me. I learned much more than I gave back, I would argue, during my time up north. I learned about storytelling, the value of community. I learned about being present, about connection to country and land. There's so many gifts and opportunities that you can actually leverage to make. I think we offer one of the best working experiences of people's careers to the people that come and work for us.
What would make the RFDS's job easier in all over the state of Western Australia? Would it be, you know, an increase in the funding for airstrips in remote locations? What do you need?
I think we need a little bit more of everything, but I mean that's not going to be an answer that's going to come to anybody here as a surprise. Where I'm interested in and where we're going now from a strategic perspective is in partnership. So we can't do everything. My organisation is radically different from the one that Neil chairs, and we shouldn't attempt to do the same things. So we can do some things very well, but we can't do everything. So for me, partnership with a really complex health system with AMSs, private general practice, rural hospitals, the state organisations, not-for-profit sector. I think that could be strategised more, and I'm very pleased to see indications that that's happening now at a state level. But I think new technologies as well, which again we're very fortunate. You've got opportunities for technological innovation, data collection, telecommunications that weren't there 10, 20, 30 years ago. We should be excited about what the future can hold for us, and really sort of grab it with both hands, I think.
Yeah. Innovation is a pivotal point for Roy Hill, Gerard, and you are, you know, a master when it comes to innovation, because, you know, the CEO magazine noted you as COO of the Year in 2020, which is no mean feat during a pandemic, a global pandemic nonetheless. You are on the ground and seeing it in the front line at Roy Hill. How has your business changed? I mean, in that small period from 2020 when COVID first hit to now, are you having more people wanting to live closer to where they work, or is it going to be an increase in FIFA, do you think?
I'll probably answer it two ways. I'll first answer it to somebody that lived for 10 years in Port Hedland. My oldest daughter was born there. So understanding really what it means to actually live in a rural community. And a lot of the subjects that others have touched, I absolutely have to agree. It comes down to the basics. Actually having really good medical support, having options when it comes to schooling, especially secondary schooling, good security, And then the simple things, especially over January and February, when it's warm, it's hot, being able to go and grab a coffee when you're a mum with a small bub, and the bub can play with other kids. We don't have those facilities in Port Hedland. A few years back, Royalties for Region did try and actually bring a lot of that back to the bush. That got stopped. Hopefully now with $1 billion resources fund, we can get some of that money back into the bush to actually help establish a lot of those. Which comes to the question you ask. We actually see more and more people that do want to actually go and live in Port Hedland and work for us. The issues we're facing is we can't provide them the quality of life they can get in Perth. And that's a real issue for us. So if we can't actually address that quality of life, we are restricted to go to FIFO. Yep, we can actually try and build more houses in Port Hedland, but if you're worried if somebody's going to break in, or if you can't get the medical services or the psychiatric services, all of those basic things we take for granted in Perth, people aren't going to work there. People aren't going to want to live there. I looked over the 20 years I've been in Australia, I looked at Karratha versus Port Hedland, and Karratha's made massive steps forward. Port Hedland made 2 steps forward and probably a step back. And we seriously need to look at what do we do and how do we actually use technology like more telehealth, etc. But also, what are we going to do to actually use technology to specifically help our rural communities, the kids not to be left behind? If we think about the whole world of virtual reality, if we think about how do we actually leverage of that to actually go into even more rural than Port Hedland, Karratha, the kids out in local communities to actually give them the opportunities we've got here in Perth for our kids. We saw what the Matildas did on Saturday night. Just think how many kids are there in the bush that want to go and play soccer, and the facilities aren't there. The people aren't there to actually help them.
And that's an interesting point that which Minister King raised as well. I don't think many people on the East Coast understand the importance of organisations like Roy Hill. I know, in my home area of the Lower Southwest, Woodside sponsor the Nippers and things like that. Roy Hill are imperative in Hancock prospecting, imperative in places like Port Hedland and Karratha to, establishing these organisations and infrastructure. But where's the disconnect, Peter? As Gerard said, Port Hedland's taken 2 steps back, but you guys seem to be flying in comparison.
One of the problems is housing. Housing is behind everything. We can't get doctors because we can't provide them a lovely house, and it's the same with everything. The mining companies are good. They actually provide houses for their own employees, but they then expect the barista and the publican and everyone else to just appear being paid $60,000 when their own employees are being paid 3 or 4 or 5 times that. So either the government, which collects the taxes, or the companies themselves need to provide housing for the rest of the community that service them. And until that happens, this problem is going to go on. So it comes back to what I said before. There needs to be every regional town, even the small wheat belt ones, they generate an enormous amount of wealth, or they wouldn't be there. But all that wealth goes back to the centre. We need to actually somehow get some of the wealth back in the community so they can build houses and they can assist with all the other things that are state government responsibilities, which of course is health and hospitals, police and security. Housing, responsibility to local governments, and some of the local governments are very small, so maybe we should join them together and make it more viable.
Gerard, I don't know any other way to say it, but why can't you sink more cash into the regions of which you work? And what are the what's holding you back from doing that? Is it policy? Is it government, small and large government, getting in the way?
As a Roy Hill or Atlas or Hancock Prospecting, as all the other mining companies, we pump a huge amount of money back into communities. From a Royal perspective, we recently bought a new plane for the RFDS. But I think the question we need to ask is, and Peter sort of touched on it, what's the policy changes we're going to make to make this sustainable? Because putting more money in there from mining companies like a Sugarhead, we've all done it. As mining companies, we paid for doctors' housings, we paid for additional police officers in Port Hedland. We contribute to all of those things, but if we don't actually make some policy changes special economic zones, and they've been talking so long about why don't we actually try different policies in North 26 parallel. If you think about it, it's 40% of our land mass, but yet we've only got 1% of our population live there. If you think about, we heard about the Ord River before, all of that water actually going into the ocean. We're actually happy to import oranges from California when we can actually grow them if we use the water in the Northern Territory. Now, anybody that's serious about eliminating waste and eliminating wasteful energy, just think about what it takes to fly orange from California to WA, keep them in a cooling room, when we can actually grow it up in the Ord River. Yeah. So we seriously need to start to look about what's the policies that we actually bring in to actually support sustainable economic growth in the regions.
Yeah. Mia, during your time in politics, we saw royalties for regions and things like that. I guess now, do you think it will be a little bit harder, given electoral reform and a lack of representation in the bush, to implement some of those changes that Gerard speaks about?
It's not impossible, but it'll be very challenging. Governments of any persuasion can really put their mind to decentralised decision-making, but it means politicians have to allow some of those decisions to be made closer to the people that they're going to impact. And so when we were talking about Karratha, that partnership was very strong between the local government, the state government and royalties for regions and industry. And that's why it flew, because there was a plan that was developed and said, what do we need to do to accommodate this growth? And then what are we going to do to drive the next stage? And we should do that for all of our regions, and then allow that funding that is generated in the regions to support those communities to make the decisions as they come, not according to political cycles, which means people like me need to be okay about saying we might not see the outcome of that. We had the previous panel talking about Ord Stage 2. Now, I remember standing in Parliament when we were talking about Ord Stage 2, and our leader at the time had the rice that he was holding in Parliament almost thrown back in his face. Everyone was laughing, it's never going to happen. 10 years down the track, that's an opportunity that they're now talking about Stage 3. So regional development is a long-term prospect. It needs to be taken out of that electoral cycle. In the spirit of how Royalties for Regions was created, it's to allow communities to make decisions about how they want to take their futures forward. So what's for Karratha is an amazing outcome. Could happen in Port Hedland, but maybe the time didn't align at that stage. Similarly for the wheat belt. But you've got to go back to what Neil and others were talking about. The health and the education have to be right. They are deal breakers for families. They will leave because no one wants to compromise their family's health or their education, because you only get one go at that.
Yeah, exactly. Neil, I guess with that, what we've seen in Queensland, for example, over the past couple of months, you know, maternity hospitals being closed down, women giving birth on the side of dirt roads, that we cannot have that happen in a state like Western Australia. What do we need to? What will be the lightning rod issue? Because we see, you know, nurses striking on Parliament House about pay and conditions in the city. What about those in the bush?
I think our communities take our healthcare workers for granted far too much. The way in which the West Australian healthcare workforce has pulled together over the past 3 years, including COVID, has just been incredible. They're exhausted. They deserve to be paid more. It costs a lot more to deliver services in remote areas. For example, you know, to have a midwife having a baby delivered in Derby, which is, you know, not a small, town, but is like 3 times what it costs to do it in Perth. So, you know, go figure. But we're only funded for the same amount for what you get in Perth. So I think it's time for us to stop taking our healthcare workers, because they will work 18 hours a day because they're called to healthcare. That's almost, that's part of who they are in their DNA. But we do need to, support them, encourage them, yes, probably pay them more, look after the simple things, make sure that the communities respect them. Therefore, security and safety, again, is paramount. And the other thing is we need to actually train more people in the bush. And we started a medical school here in, the first one in years and years and years. And the whole idea was to train people in the bush, because if they get trained in the bush, as healthcare workers, they'll stay. Therefore, if the healthcare workforce stays, it's more livable, so your workforce stays, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are lots of things we can do, lots of things we are doing, but a lot more to do.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, telehealth has come leaps and bounds in Western Australia. And also speaking about centralised decision-making, in the news, obviously, over the past couple of days, 60-day dispensing, which is coming into play in September. What's your take on that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the bush?
Look, I think it's a great thing for the bush. I mean, you know, if you can have 2 months' supply of medicines, you know, and what's wrong with that? We've got to put the patient or the client at the middle of our decision-making. Yes, let's deal with the pharmacist as well. I understand that there's some income loss there potentially, but let's deal with that. But in terms of the people in the bush, absolutely. And going back to telehealth, I mean, that's been a salvation for us. We've started an emergency mental telehealth service. We've had 26,000 presentations this year alone in terms of looking after people remotely through telehealth and their mental health issues. So there's more of that needs to come, and we're excited by that. But we still need people on the ground as well. Yeah.
Kieran, people on the ground, you've got people that are fly in, fly out for, you know, sometimes the most horrific circumstances. Is attraction and retention of RFDS staff an issue for you?
It is for everybody in healthcare at the moment. And to Neil's point, people are tired. And I think they were hoping for a bit of a catchy breath moment, but, you know, the work never stops. I think we're fortunate in some ways because it's considered a very attractive job in a lot of ways and iconic, but to Neil's earlier point, there are things that we can do to improve recruitment and retention. It's not all about money. A lot of our staff are very scared about what's called de-skilling, so they do the same thing over and over again in the regions, and they like to come in, rotate into WACS facilities or one of the metro hospitals to keep their skills for their own personal pride, for their patients, and because that's just who they are. And so there are intelligent things that we can do, which they may have a financial cost, but they have enormous dividend for the staff and how they feel about working. Going back to everyone's bang on with this. We know, you know, food security, housing, and education are massive determinants of whether or not people stay in the regions as well.
Yeah. Gerard, in terms of getting people to stay close to site, which is probably the most preferred option, given fatigue and things like that, safety in the mining sector has been in the news quite a bit, not only for tiredness, fatigue and things like that, but also from, you know, harassment and gender issues. Where is Roy Hill at with that, you know, that sort of topic in your mine sites right now around WA?
It's something that we haven't just started recently. We've been actually focusing on that for the last three and a half years. And I think somebody summarised it really well the other day at a summit I was, where the question was asked, do we feel like we're being held to a higher standard? And you referred to safety. Safety is a classic example where the mining industry was held to a higher standard. And now we're probably one of the safest industries when you look at construction and everything else. Now, when it comes to psychosocial, we can be that again. And we can make such a difference in the broader community by lifting the standard. We're really fortunate that we've got a chairman and we've got a board that's really encouraging us to create that environment where people feel inclusive, where people feel safe, where we're actually allowed to actually spend a lot of capital, but also a lot of education. And to be able to attract and retain the right people makes a big difference. We're focusing on three big things at the moment. If something happens, we're absolutely going to take care of the individuals. We're going to ensure this procedural fairness, and we're going to be absolutely transparent. And we're going to be transparent to everybody, all stakeholders. And I think that's really important because you need to actually raise the bar, and one way to raise the bar is to actually make it extremely transparent.
Peter, that is an interesting point. You know, mining companies play such a pivotal role in regional communities, and that talk of culture that Gerard speaks about, does that sort of seep out, considering that you now have more people living in the community, does that seep out and into sort of like local sporting clubs, local government and things like that? And do we need to also almost foster that type of behaviour around small towns?
I think it probably does, because there's such a high proportion of people work in the industry, so in towns like Karratha and Headland, and that is the case. And the mining industry has been very generous. We get given, funding by both Woodside and all the other, Rio Tinto and all the other mining companies as well, which we use for a whole lot of events and functions. One of the issues was living so remotely, is you can't go to the latest concert or see the latest movies as much.
Taylor Swift, unfortunately, is not going to.
Yeah, that's true. So the mining company's been very good that way. I know in Karratha we've been very pleased with Rio Tinto. They've actually promoted manufacture of idlers and maintenance of idlers and pulleys, which is they're starting funding a company which is building a new workshop, for example. So that type of thing is great. It's terrific to see the companies now accepting that they're a long-term part of the community and they're doing things to make it long-term. What we need, apart from all those obvious things we've talked about, health and education and so on, of course, the other thing you need to keep the regions viable is you need diversity of industry, so that you don't just have a job with Rio Tinto and then that job goes, you're finished. You need to have a whole range of other investment opportunities that people can pay to get jobs with. And so the renewables industry is looking very good that way. There's going to be a lot of solar and renewable wind and hydrogen and other industries starting up, so we see that as really a positive. But also in Karratha itself, we've tried to diversify as much as possible. So we're a mining town, but diversifying into agriculture and other things as well. And I think all regional towns need to do that, diversify their income so that there's other job opportunities available.
Yeah. Mia, you've probably seen that more than most, growing up in the bush and then also serving in Parliament here in Perth. I guess what's your final, you'll be retiring from politics in the next 18 months. What do you hope to achieve outside of politics?
Oh.
In the bush, potentially. Are you going to stay in the sphere?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not going anywhere. I've grown up here. I've had the privilege of serving these amazing people in my role as leader of the National Party. I've been given the opportunity to travel the state and meet some amazing people and see what industry and innovation comes from people from the bush. I've got no interest in anything else. What happens after March 2025, I haven't quite decided, but I know that it will have my feet planted somewhere outside of Perth City, because that's where I feel most at home. And I've got great faith that our state and our nation, which has been driven by people that live and work in these parts of our country, will continue to provide opportunities for me and my niece and nephew and everybody that I live with in my little town of Northam, but beyond. I've got no doubt. I've got huge optimism, but we do need continued and on-purpose development of our regions. It shouldn't just happen accidentally or because somebody's had a fantastic idea. It needs to be done deliberately.
Indeed. Well, we'll continue to bang the drum at The Australian and on Sky News and every other platform we can, because living in the bush is the best thing that you can do in Australia. Mia Davies, Neil Fong, Kieran Donnelly, Peter Long and Gerard Versman, thank you so very much for joining us here at the Australian Bush Summit.
I'm Brad Benducci and I'm the CEO of Woolworths Group. We are simply delighted to be a sponsor of the National Bush Summit. This is our 5th year of being a sponsor. We started in Dubbo. We're coming back at this time to Tamworth. And it's amazing that it is national this year, and just can't wait to get out there and have all those wonderful regional stories told. Regional Australia is critical to the Woolworths Group, not only in terms of all the fresh food that we take out of regional Australia, which is key for all of our customers across Australia, but also because we have over 50,000 hard-working team members out in regional Australia and a number of really important customers in their own right there. Cost of living is a big issue for all Australians, as you rightly point out. And what we can do and how we can work together with regional Australia is making the most critical part of each family's diet affordable. It's all about the health of a nation, and it comes from regional Australia. When we get down to the topics and the hard lessons we've learned in the last 5 years, it's about being resilient as a nation, relying on each other, and appreciating what each person can contribute, what each community can contribute. So I think it's very timely as we come out of COVID, and terrific to see it national.
Thank you, everyone. Next, I'd like to welcome to the stage the Honourable Don Punch, MLA, Minister for Regional Development, to deliver a short keynote address. Afterwards, Jenna Clark, Associate Editor of The Australian, will join the Minister on stage for a Q&A.
Thank you very much, and what a delight to be here and a delight to have such vivid images of the Australian bush behind me. I couldn't think of a more important backdrop. A very warm welcome and acknowledgement to you all as people who are passionate about our regions and about living in the bush, and I know many of you have participated in the discourse about what the future of our regions should be. And I'm very privileged to be here to address you as the Minister. So I thought I would do this address. It's interesting. It's a short address, and then I'm going to be grilled by Jenna. Looking forward to that. I'm sure there's some very poignant questions that you might be putting to me as a Minister, Jenna, so we'll look forward to that. But I have lived and worked throughout regional Western Australia over a 42-year career, and I have a great sense of optimism about our regions, and I'd say that from the point of view of a person who has worked for a long time in the community services sector, right around regional Western Australia, from the Kimberley down to the southwest, but also as a person who's had a role in driving the economic development of our regions. And I certainly have had the privilege of understanding and thinking about the interplay between social and economic development as we take our regions forward. Now, I'm not going to go down the usual path of a problem and opportunity statement or a long list of things that the government is funding. We do have a record investment program within regional Western Australia of $11 billion and $4 billion worth of royalties for regions. And yes, royalties for regions is still alive and well. It's administered slightly differently, but it is there. I administer the Act, and I sign off every year on how that funding is spent, every single dollar of it, and it is spent according to the Act in the interests of regional Western Australia. But I did think, as a policy and decision maker, that it would be useful to crystallise my thoughts and explain to you the issues that I think are critical in working with our regions and the values that sit behind the responses that I make to regional Western Australia as a Regional Development Minister. And I've crystallised those into 10 points for our regions. But I do so based on a vision that WA should have sustainable, vibrant and livable regional communities supported by strong and prosperous economies, and that's very much a conversation that we've just heard. So, these points. Quality of life is at the heart of regional development. We should never forget people are at the centre of our decision-making. And quality can mean different things to different people. We are diverse, but in diversity, whether we're First Nations people or we've come from overseas or we're born here, in diversity, there is more that binds us than separates us individually. Opportunity, a future for our kids, the ability to build a career, and a career that doesn't mean you're just in the same job in regional Western Australia, but you have the opportunity to grow, if you wish to, in your career or your trade or your profession. The ability to lead a happy and healthy life. Access to education and health services figured very prominently in the previous discussion. And importantly, connection with other people, overcoming that sense of isolation, and respect for our shared environment. These are all aspects of quality of life that I'm confident we share, and I'm equally confident that when people don't see a pathway to opportunities, it gives rise to many of the social issues that we see in our communities, that sense of disenfranchisement, the disconnection. Importantly, in a contemporary world, we need to ask, what is it that influences people at various stages of their career to decide to make a region a home? And if people are not happy, they will leave if they have an opportunity to leave. So we need to recognise people are at the centre of our decision-making. A road is built to support people. A bridge is built to support people. A hospital is built to support people. Point 2, successful regional development requires collaboration and engagement. That's a tough gig. There is a plurality of views out there. We saw it on the panel about what is important for our collective future as communities and how we arrive at that future. People must have a genuine opportunity to be involved as opposed to being informed or told, especially after an event. That goes to the heart of local decision-making. Alliances inside a region and outside of a region are incredibly important. A few years ago, I had a role in helping to develop a vision for the future of the Busselton Margaret River Airport. One of the reasons that got up was because there was an alliance built by 12 local governments who said this was the single biggest project for the South West. That was an alliance that was built, and that's the important thing. If we have conflict, if we have disunity at a regional level, we don't get things done. How we build a narrative that crosses government and sectoral boundaries, so how we engage federally and how we engage locally, how we engage with the business community. Regional development is a systemic approach. It's not just government, it's not just business, it's everybody's business. And importantly, we need to recognise that collaboration is not built on the old argument of metropolitan areas versus the bush and who has got what. That's an argument that leads nowhere because people adopt polarised positions and defend positions. We need emotional intelligence to engage with our stakeholders and exercise true leadership. The best outcomes are based on agreement, shared visions, and strong, respectful relationships. That's not rocket science. It's as important in government as it is in the business world and it is at a community level. Point 3, regions are complex economic and social systems. Understanding the economic and social structure of regions and their environment is a key to planning what the future might look like, and more importantly, executing the plan. We've all seen plenty of plans. It's actually making them work, actually putting them into action. In WA, our regional development commissions are in the best place to build understanding based on data, based on evidence and local knowledge. They're able to work across governments, business and community and build the relationships that lead to action. And importantly, they can act in partnership with all state agencies to help marry government objectives to regional aspiration. Regional development commissions are your best friends in regional WA because they know the regions, they live in the regions and they talk direct to ministers. Point 4, diversifying the economic base is critical and easier said than done. Many regional communities in the West have depended on 1 or 2 anchor industries that support a workforce and satellite small and medium-scale businesses. They are vulnerable to industry downturns, changing market requirements and environmental impacts. Building economic resilience and managing change have become more prominent against the old traditional objectives of economic growth. More people are moving to regional communities, but to maintain that momentum, it is important that people can choose to develop their careers and maintain skills and professional connections in a regional area and have confidence in the future. And that means we must invest in innovation, new industry development and emerging industries including energy transition, advanced manufacturing, the care industries, to name a few as a basis for industry and career diversity. Access to capital for development and expansion of market opportunities are part of this equation and require us to build a narrative around our regional communities about what they have to offer. Equally, infrastructure in all its forms, including community infrastructure, has to be fit for purpose and capable of adaptation over time and resilient to climate change. And nowhere are we seeing that more than we are in Kimberley at the moment. Point 5, it's not all about the economy. In my career, I've seen very prosperous communities that have a serious divide between those who benefit and those who don't, those that have people who live in the community and those who fly or drive in and out. For want of a better description, they lack soul. They have a vibe that as a visitor makes you question why people would want to live there. And they often lack community connection and volunteerism. Equally, I've seen communities with significant social support but little economic opportunity. And they too are not happy communities. And it highlights that investment in regional development must be based on understanding the totality of the community. Art and culture, creativity, inclusion, pride in place are all important. And when at a detail level, a local government lets a park run down and become infested with spiky weeds, which you can find all over region WA, it not only means that kids don't like using it, we lose an opportunity for recreation, for people to meet up and send a message to the local community that says you're not worth the time and effort to fix the park up. Regional policy must be inclusive of social and economic outcomes at the big scale and at the detail. Point 6, it is about change. Developing our regions is not about the status quo. It's about renewal, growth, resilience, purposeful. This means we need to understand change and how to generate a climate for action. If we think of regions as economic and social systems, then an increase in industry activity will generate an inflow of population that has implications for capacity of schools and health services, housing and the like. That has to be managed. Change can come about from closure of an industry or the emergence of completely new industries, but it changes the fundamental rules of how communities operate, and it can lead to a churn in skills, in the style of small business, in the volunteer mix. Change the rules of how a community operates, and it has a ripple effect throughout the region that needs to be understood. Point 7, do the maths. I call it this because there are plenty of industry opportunities that come through the door and not all of them fly. Local governments see them every day, I see them. The ability to add up the numbers around financial viability, to critically assess proposals and form judgments about their potential contribution, the costs and benefits and options for collateral support, that can save an awful lot of energy and disappointment. Having a strong evidence base strengthens the ability to make effective judgments, and this can be both qualitative and quantitative. And it means we have to be brave and say no, and be clear and accountable why when we need to, as equally as we can say yes. And not only is that a basis for sensible and accountable decision-making, but it builds the resilience of regions. Point 8, understand the objectives of the government of the day. It doesn't matter who's in office. Governments are partners in developing the regions, and partnerships are based on mutual benefit and shared outcomes. It's really like collaboration. And there can be disagreement, there should be disagreement. Disagreements are healthy, but a common understanding of aspiration and policy goes a long way to building effective relationships. Point 9, be authentic. Don't make false promises, and equally don't undermine confidence in the future. And all too often, I've seen negative discourse that really undermines the very positive nature of many of our communities. We need to acknowledge difficulties, but we also acknowledge strengths. Our regions need to be built on a sense of optimism and purpose, and that is best supported by being straightforward and authentic in our contributions, and importantly, do what we say we're going to do. Political argument that runs regions down and blames is not helpful. It is about finding strength and working with it. If political discourse requires critique of action or the lack of it, go about it intelligently and be authentic. My last point is we shouldn't forget that regions can be a fun place to live. There are challenges in regional Western Australia, no doubt about it. But a lot of people, like me, have made regional Western Australia their home for life and intend to continue to do so. And that's because there are many positives in our region, the diversity of landscape, the rich First Nations culture to learn about, the scale of our mining sector, the isolation, the night sky, our coastline, and the characters who make up the bush, the people. It's all out there, and that's what makes regions a fun place to live, as well as a challenging place. And I've got no illusions about the challenges. They've been there for an incredibly long time, and they will be there in the future. And there will be different challenges, and we have to address them in a clear and purposeful way. So to sum up, my objective as a minister and our objective as a government is about improving the quality of life in regional Western Australia, and we're doing that by promoting economic diversity, resilience, supporting education and health access, community services, and we are addressing housing. We are building civic amenity and supporting culture and the arts. And we have a very ambitious infrastructure program to help build resilience, efficiency, and competitiveness. And on that note, I think I might have to subject myself to that grilling by Jenna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Lovely buttering up. Now, it would be remiss of me not to point out that you are very new to the portfolio of state development since taking the lead from regional development from Premier Cook's portfolio. But I want to take you back to November 2021. About 1:40 a.m., probably in, I think it was in electoral reform wasn't on the agenda in the state, the last state election. It was ushered through in the middle of the night. You being a regional MP, you didn't speak to the legislation. There were media reports that you felt that some people felt that it was a bit of a knockout to the bush. How has that issue resonated for you as a parliamentarian from the area of Bunbury and now in the area of development? I mean, how is that possible if you're saying that people are at the centre of all of the decision-making, but you're sort of taking away their electoral power when they live in regional Australia?
Yeah, well, I disagree with that view, and I think it's a matter of perspective of how you look at it. It wasn't on our agenda prior to the last election, but the anomalies that came out of the last election for the upper house, where people did get elected on very, very small primary votes, I think around 12, 14 votes from memory, and then you've got that sort of interplay in terms of preferences. That did lead to distortions in the upper house. Now, I think we've got to fundamentally remember that government is formed in the lower house. The Treasurer is from the lower house. The budgets are established in the lower house. That's where government really makes decisions, and the upper house is a house of review. Now, in the next election, people will be voting not just for the 6 members within a regional area, they will be voting for 37 members. They will have immense choice and capacity, and every one of those members, every person who stands as a candidate, will have to address the issues of the bush. Previously, it was just the people who might be in that area, and the practicalities of that were that they were riding to a large extent on the back of the outcomes of how to vote cards issued at the lower house level. So, you know, people get a how to vote card for the government. It might be Premier of the day, or it might be the local member at the Legislative Assembly level. And then the how to vote just lists, in order of preference, the party's priorities for the upper house. I would guess that there's not a lot of people out there in the bush who could actually name their upper house members. But it's a House of Review, and people will have the opportunity to vote for 37 members of the House of Review.
Yeah. In terms of what we're seeing, it seems to be a common thread throughout today in terms of the amount of wealth that is generated in the regions in WA. Why isn't, or what are the barriers to sinking that money back into the bush?
Well, there is a lot of money that goes into the bush, and it's to actually isolate to the nth degree all of the cost of services, etc., that go into the whole of Western Australia, and then split that up across various regional areas or even down to local government areas is a very, very tough task. We do have, as I mentioned earlier, a record over $11 billion going into infrastructure alone. Royalties for Regions is contributing to some of that, and it's contributing to other areas of support for the regions. So there is significant investment coming back into regional Western Australia. But I have a very simple view, and this is why I said, you know, I do find that this metro-region divide, I don't think it's helpful, because I think we all have a responsibility to take Western Australia forward as a whole state. And in essence, and I think Madeleine King might have mentioned it earlier, there's a bigger issue in relation to how the federal government views Western Australia. Federal governments collectively, and the view of Western Australia from that heavyweight sort of environment of the East. But I do think we have to take Western Australia as a whole. The regions make an immense contribution. The metropolitan area makes a contribution as well. It's not all riding off the sheep's back. And I think we need to understand the complexity of the economic systems within Western Australia. That doesn't mean to say there's not an argument about everybody's fair share or working towards addressing issues, but we collectively have to do that, and we have to be accountable for how we do it.
In terms of, again, royalties for regions specifically, it's a very niche sort of West Australian issue. But like we saw Peter in Karratha talk about how well his administration worked with the state government of the day to make sure that resources were implemented that worked for the communities was great. But then you see, I mean, anecdotally, you see some of the royalties for regions money just goes into decorations on light poles in some towns. Do you think that it is that's where the shared responsibility of local communities have to step up and say, well, this is where we want our money to go, but be more forthright to the local and state government in that regard?
Yeah, look, I do. I mean, that was a criticism that my predecessor, Alana McTiernan, had around royalties for regions expenditure in the past. I absolutely think that it is important to build livability in regional communities. and investing in civic amenity, in culture and the arts, in parks and gardens, those sorts of things really bring out a sense of pride and help people see their community in a different way. And I think we do have to understand that in the investments we make. So it's not all about building a bridge or building a road. It really is looking at the totality of what makes a region an interesting and vibrant place to live in. And if we do that, and I think Gerhard was mentioning that, people will want to stay. People will want to build a career and have a family. And those are the important things that we're after out of regional WA.
Yeah. I know it's probably a big ask, but it's one that seems to be popping up a lot today. Would the government, the Cook government, be open to establishing special economic zones in WA?
Well, special economic zones, as I understand them, really rely on taxation issues, so it's a conversation to have with the federal government.
You can pick up the phone.
Well, I can, but my experience is, and I absolutely stand to be corrected, but my experience has not seen a lot of direct benefit flowing back. You have material that comes in, warehouse duty-free, goes out again. There might be a little bit of value adding, but I've not seen a really good model. Always open to seeing one and inspecting it, but I've not seen one yet.
In terms of what you want to see, what's your vision for your portfolio? You have many in this most recent check-up, but this seems to be one of the most important given where we're at in the nexus of, you know, moving forward as a state and as a country with all of the issues that are economic, social and cultural. What are your priorities for your portfolio right now?
Well, as I mentioned earlier when I talked about vision, the livability is very much in there. Economic diversity is very much in there. If we have regions that have a single industry and a number of small businesses dependent on that single industry, that industry goes down, those businesses go down, and we have this boom-bust cycle that we've seen in regional WA. A very big agenda has to be around economic diversification. That includes the notions of innovation, but it also includes notions of how we invest to help businesses diversify and look at new opportunities and adapt to new opportunities. We have got some great emerging trends coming with renewables, in advanced manufacturing, where people are looking to locate across a number of areas. I think the future in terms of economic diversification is going to be a really interesting one, but it will require careful intervention by both business sector and government.
Specifically, something like the timber industry. There's been a bit of conjecture before we saw the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act be wound back. The timber industry in the lower southwest specifically, they seem to be on a path to, you know, sustainability and things like that, but then all of a sudden there was this decision made in the metro area to say, well, we're going to end processing at the end of 2023. That will essentially kill a lot of smaller regional communities. Is that something that could potentially be back on the table for the Cook government to reassess, given, you know, the strong advocacy by Jackie Jarvis, the minister now responsible for that?
No, it isn't, but I also think that those communities do have a future beyond timber. There's a few pressures around the timber industry. One is values change, community values change. Second, climate is changing, and we were seeing different patterns of regrowth within the forest. And the third is that those timber operations, and I've had a long history with them, they were fundamentally uneconomic at the scale that they were operating at. They required investment security guarantees from government. They've been in place since 2000. And they were looking for further subsidies to maintain the industry base. So switching around into plantations and working with communities to look at new opportunities, that's very important. I worked with the Manjimup Shire Council on changing the sense of how that town viewed itself from a timber town into a high-value horticulture town, and looking at the opportunity to really celebrate food and wine produced in that area. And that led to investment through Royalties for Regions into renewing the townscape to better position itself for that future. So I've got a great sense of optimism about those towns, but that optimism was misplaced if we were relying on the timber industry as a main industry base.
But you say that the focus on premium horticulture, what's going to happen to horticultural land when you're putting it all under plantation?
Well, it's not all going to be under plantation. That's, I think that's a furphy. There is some land that will go under plantation, but there will be significant amounts of horticultural area that are priority one agricultural areas that will remain in horticulture. And we're continuing to work on new horticultural areas around the Mile-up area, around water options for that area. A really difficult challenge. Sometimes in regional development, Things are not easy, and you do have to take a long-term view, but those plans are in place, and we're working towards addressing that. I think horticulture's got a great future in WA, and I think we can make horticulture resilient against the effects of climate change.
Do you think horticulture, agriculture, viticulture, all of the great things that happen all over the state now have a better, more prosperous future given the reversal or the winding back of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill 2021?
No, I don't. I think it's regardless of that. I mean, Aboriginal cultural heritage is a really difficult issue. When I look at a landscape like this, I see a beautiful landscape. I see the colours. When I talk to a First Nations person, they tell me that what they see is a reason for their existence, their spirituality. And it's in every aspect that's expressed through land. Now, we adopt a Western form of legislation that tries to marry a culture of 60,000 years to modern Western concepts of using the land for economic purposes. It's a real challenge, and we've got to get that right, and it's got to come right through dialogue. But those industries, I think they had a very positive future before, and I think they have a very positive future now.
Yeah. I think as a West Australian, I think we marry our Indigenous heritage on Noongar land very well, but we're seeing in the news over the weekend some parliamentarians and prominent figures are calling for the end of things like Welcome to Country. How do you think something like that would land in WA? Would that be something that the government would look at removing from official proceedings?
Well, I certainly haven't heard anything to that effect, and I absolutely don't think we will. People get, say that welcome to countries are, they've almost become rote. But for a First Nations person in the audience, it's more than welcome to country was about actually saying to a person, I care for you, I respect you, and vice versa. And when people travelled through country, it meant that they were told about where to go and where the risks were. Welcome to country has far more meaning in Aboriginal culture than maybe we understand. But to give that respect is a very small thing. To understand that respect and the reason for it is a much bigger thing, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to understand that.
WA is such a melting pot of culture, economic activity, social cohesion and things like that. What's your hope for, I guess, you in this new portfolio and the future? So we had our first panel talking about the next decade. What do you hope for WA?
Oh, well, I think we are the envy of Australia. I've got no doubt about that. And there's an awful lot of people overseas who want to come and live here because they've seen what we have to offer. We have a quality of life here that I don't think is matched anywhere else. Now, I might be a bit biased. A few people in the audience might be.
I'm with you on that.
But we do have to continue to look at our opportunities and our place in the world into the future. And regional WA has got an enormous role in that space. But we do have to, with all respects to the mining sector, we do have to diversify and not just be solely dependent on the mining sector for the majority of our wealth. So looking at those opportunities to build manufacturing, to build new technology-based industries, to build knowledge content, and equally to build our care industries, whether that's in health, in disabilities, in seniors, in aged care, all of those are in the melting pot. It's a fantastic role to be in. I'm a custodian of this role. There'll be others who come after me. There were others before me, but we're all on a journey of taking regional WA forward.
Don Punch, thank you so very much for your time. Thank you.
The Australian 2023 Bush Summit is proudly brought to you by Hancock Prospecting and Agriculture, standing up for the bush, and Woolworths, proudly partnering with growers and suppliers across regional Australia, picking Australian fruit and veg first. That's today's fresh food people.
Thank you, Jenna, and thank you, Don. Our third panel of the day is looking at business resilience. Moderating the discussion is one of our amazing reporters here in Perth, Paul Garvey. He's a senior reporter for The Australian. And joining him on the panel, we have Warren Pearce, Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies, Samantha McCulloch, Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Petroleum Production and Exploration Association, Andrew de Perizel, Region Manager for the West Nutrient Ag Solutions, and Tony Seabrook, President of the Pastoralists and Graziers Association. Paul, over to you.
to the snake.
Great, thank you, everyone. It's really great that we've got these senior representatives of the three key industries that really keep not just regional WA, but the nation really running economically here today. And looking at some of the themes that run through the three different sectors that are represented here, there's a few that really stand out, and perhaps the biggest one that's at the front of mind at the moment is the energy transition that's going on. Warren, we heard this morning from Madeleine King talking about the opportunity in critical minerals, the path around batteries, downstream processing and so on. I'm keen to hear from you as to what you think Australia could be doing when it comes to moving further downstream in the battery space around manufacturing and technology, and what new technologies perhaps really stand out in that front.
Absolutely. Look, I'm really optimistic about Australia's opportunity to not only develop our critical minerals mines and be the world supplier of those really critical raw materials, but to actually go downstream and to go as far downstream as possible. I think there are certain elements of that are going to be challenging for us around developing lithium-ion batteries. So much processing has to go into that space. However, there are other opportunities into particularly energy storage around the grid. Vanadium flow batteries are becoming a very significant industrial energy storage option. We've got vanadium projects here in Western Australia, also in Queensland getting up to go. But vanadium, unlike lithium, is a much easier process to turn to a battery. It only requires vanadium. It's a matter of turning into an electrolyte, building the battery, and with a significant advantage over lithium-ion batteries, they don't need to be replaced every 10 years because the vanadium doesn't degrade in the same way. So I think one of the things we've done here is put lithium-ion batteries in to store our grid. We're going to have to replace all those big batteries in about 10 years at the cost of another $1 billion. A much better solution would be to put $1 billion into developing this downstream industry, building the batteries ourselves and building a market for them essentially to plug them into our grid. That would be a major contribution the mining sector could make.
We've seen Australia on the manufacturing front, though, over the past few decades go so far backwards as a manufacturing force. Can you explain what advantage, if any, can Australia bring when it comes to moving into a space that everyone in the world is going to be competing?
Well, in the first place, we've got the minerals. Let's start. But the reality is this won't happen without government support. And that's the challenge we've had all along the journey. But the difference here is we're at the beginning of a new industry. So we're not competing against an established industry that has already set down their costs and paid the price of setting up those industries. So we're on a more competitive footing. It may cost more to do it here, but if we can get over that capital expenditure hump at the start, it's still very profitable. And that's a reason to continue to work through it. We've heard a lot about diversification of our economy in today's sessions. That's a great thing, but it's not going to be achieved without some level of industry support.
Samantha, I want to move on to you. We've heard some comments today around the idea of special economic zones, but I know AP has done some work recently around this idea of net zero energy zones. Could you explain to us that concept, how it would apply in regional Australia in particular, and what it would mean for the energy transition more broadly?
Sure, thanks, Paul. So APIA, in conjunction with CSIRO, has actually been looking at how we can support the decarbonisation pathway, that transition to net zero. And the starting point was actually looking at where are our industrial emissions. And they're centrally located in around 9 zones. And we looked at, well, how do we provide the building blocks for decarbonisation in these regions? And these regions cover around 92% of the emissions covered by the 215 safeguard facilities. So we looked at firmed renewables, the role of gas, carbon capture and storage and carbon management technologies, and also low carbon hydrogen as being pillars for decarbonisation, and how we can work across industries and across facilities with shared infrastructure to actually accelerate that pathway to net zero and make it more efficient and economical. Because of the scale of what we're trying to do in only sort of 25, 26 years now, getting to net zero by 2050, we really need industries to be working together. This can't be a facility by facility transition. So looking at, to take carbon storage as an example, if we're building carbon management infrastructure, sort of carpooling carbon, the infrastructure that can take CO2 from a range of facilities, store it, that storage can be managed and developed principally by the oil and gas industry. We have the skills and experience to provide that emissions reduction service. That not only supports existing industries and supporting current jobs and retaining those jobs, but actually becomes really a magnet for new investment. And we've seen this model being deployed overseas, and we think it's a model that really has a lot of promise and opportunity here in Australia.
Brilliant. I'm going to jump to you, Tony, because I spent many years covering the mining sector and the oil and gas sector, and over the course of those decades, the 180-degree turn I saw from mining companies, from oil and gas companies, when it came to questions of emissions and climate and so on, was quite remarkable. And really it turned when the miners realised just how much metal went into solar panels and wind turbines, and for the gas sector it came when they realised how much market share there could be won from closing down the coal industry. So I'm interested in your perspective, reflecting the agriculture industry, in terms of where that industry is at in seeing the energy transition as an opportunity or seeing it as a threat. Where do you think it sits today?
Paul, we've just investigated the whole concept of solar on our own property. It just doesn't work. It's not going to work for a long time to come yet. The truck we use, diesel, massive horsepower. The tractors we use, diesel, massive horsepower. So I don't see that this alternative energy just yet has a part to play, although it may become cheaper and it may become part of what we do into the future. But look, if I just go back a moment, we've heard about a whole lot of platitudes from politicians blathering on with speeches written for them on behalf of the organisation or what they stand for. Our industry has had one meeting since the McGowan government came to power, one, where the Premier actually granted us a half hour to talk to him. Minister McTiernan overran that period, and the whole time we were there. This government has so little interest in what we do. I feel that they should perhaps come to us and say, how do we need to work with you to achieve what you would like to achieve? But one half-hour meeting is an indication to me of how shallow this currently is. And what I continually hear from the mining industry, or not so much the mining industry, the politicians, look what we did, look what we did. I talked to the miners. My God, the biggest problem we had was trying to get past government. Government isn't the solution to our problem, it's the blasted problem. And you know... In one of my jobs, I represent the pastoral industry with all the vigour I can muster, and agriculture at the same time. But that doesn't feed me. Running my farm is what actually feeds me. I actually have to grow a product. My little farm, my son, one employee and myself, we feed 5,000 people. And I can't get an audience with the Minister for Transport to do something about the road that takes me to York, for God's sake. It's got a 100-kilometre speed limit on it. It's got corners with 90-kilometre speed limits on it, and one with 80. I can't get a meeting with the Minister. There's road trains going up and down the road carting wheat currently to port and hay and all the other things we produce. The shallowness of the current government standing up and saying they support what we do when they don't. This reallocation of seats within the Parliament, quite simply, the Senate is there to protect the interests of those areas, or the states, sorry, that don't have the population for an equal representation. The reps, that's different. But the Senate is there to protect the small states. What this government has done in taking away our representation is basically said, we don't care about the bush. Anything else is absolute rubbish. Like if you applied the same principles that we do to the Senate, to WA, we would have serious representation. I stood on the steps of Parliament House last week. It says on the wall there, the Parliament of Western Australia. We don't see it that way anymore. It's the Parliament of the metropolitan area. We don't have the say there. And for them to stand up and offer platitudes about we care about regional Australia, perhaps Karratha, and Peter Long's dissertation was fantastic. He really nailed this. But unless it's Bunbury, Geraldton or Albany, they don't give a damn. So, you know, I've gone for a long time, but that's the message.
Andrew, I want to go to you on that one, because you would have perhaps better insights than most around the state of play on the ground. Perhaps explain to us why it is that Nutrien understands the rural sector so well, and following on from Tony's point, what's the feedback like from your customers around the state of play in WA and the state of play with the government, in particular, thinking about things like regional representation and the like? What's the feedback like from your customer base out there?
Yeah, sure. Look, we've come through a really tumultuous couple of years through COVID. Supply chain has been a really potent area of, rising input costs for farmers. And, it's a credit to how farmers have performed in the last 12 months. 26 million tonnes was the production that West Australia growers got out last year, which is an all-time record. It's incredible. It's an incredible amount of grain in a time when inputs are at a historically high price. So they've had that, I guess, that uncertainty of getting their inputs, and supply chain is a real challenge for us. And then, And to your second point of your question around what are farmers looking for, quite honestly, and Tony said it there before, farmers are looking for certainty. Farmers want to know that they can get things when they can get them. They want to know that they can get a market. And I'll use the sheep live export one at the moment. It's very uncertain, and we're seeing the sheep price almost half in 12 months from what it was last year. And that is primarily because farmers are nervous about the future of sheep in Western Australia, and they need the certainty to grow their business and ultimately to produce the food.
I want to go back to Tony again, talking about the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act, which was something where obviously you were very much at the pointy end of those arguments there. Can I get your thoughts on the government's handling of that issue, and where do you see the agriculture industry going from here now around Aboriginal heritage? What's acceptable for you in terms of a future approach to managing those issues?
Well, look, the first thing, they made a complete muck of it. We met with them on a number of occasions beforehand. They wouldn't listen. And what happened, happened. But look, let's be careful here. They use those two words together as though they are together. They're not really. Heritage is one thing and culture is another. Now, no one wants to destroy Aboriginal heritage. That's a given. But culture is like a religion. It's something you believe in personally. And it is outrageous to think that anyone should want to inflict their religion on someone else. I respect their right to have that belief, that's fine. But what was beginning to happen here was that we were entering into an area of very variable things, unmeasurable things, river serpents and landscapes and things they have been spoken about. I respect that, but not when it impinges upon my capacity to survive in my business or those other freehold landholders in the state to go about what they were doing. And the risk, if this legislation had actually gone through, of a massive impact on everybody that owns land, vignerons, orchards, vegetable growers, every single person was going to be impacted by this piece of legislation. And I think, I've been asked the question, when it comes down to the voice, there's a great fear there of the same sort of thing happening, that all of a sudden this will start costing every single Australian more money than they might ever have thought that it could.
Samantha, what was the reaction like among your members when the word came through that the Act would be repealed?
Look, I think the Western Australian government made the right call here. It was clear that there was a lot of uncertainty around the new requirements. There wasn't adequate consultation. And going back to the 1972 Act with strengthened Section 18 and consultation requirements, we think was a suitable way forward. We've got to recognise that we need certainty and stability in policy settings for investment. We've been talking about all the opportunities today, whether that's around critical minerals, whether that's around new energy supplies, but we need to be able to attract that investment into Australia. We're in a competitive global environment. Other countries are moving forward fast on some of these issues to support their transitions. So Australia needs to be ensuring that we're providing that stability and certainty for investment across a range of sectors.
Warren, you're one of the key industry voices calling for a bit of patience around the Heritage Act. What do you make of the way it played out in the end there, and what is the risks that another Juukan Gorge does happen, given the toll that took on the industry last time round?
Oh, look, I think you'd be understating it to say it didn't go well. The reality is we tried to make it work. And that's one of the things I think the mining and exploration is particularly, because we've got a long-term ongoing relationship with traditional owners, and we want to ensure that their heritage, their culture is respected, and that we continue to leave a legacy that benefits them. And if you're out in regional and remote Australia, the reality is the only industries out there that they're going to get a legacy or a benefit from are primary industries. And so we see it as a responsibility that sits with us as we develop projects and want to leave something better, not just for the broader community or the broader economy, but for Aboriginal peoples too. But I think to come back to perhaps a broader point that Tony made earlier, I never seen it as, there's never one policy or one legislative change that is going to finish off an industry. It's a totality of all of them. And what you're seeing across Australia is that things are getting harder for us on the ground in every area. When we talk about decarbonisation, these 2050 goals, we'll be lucky to actually be able to get through the approvals process to get the minerals out in a time frame they actually might be able to turn into technologies that will lead to decarbonisation. They're the problems that we're working through. I don't think anyone can really name anywhere in Australia, Western Australia or other, where there's been a substantial efficiency or streamlining measure that's made a real difference to industry. If you look over the last 30 years, it's all been going in one direction. But what that largely means is more duplication, more administration, more cost on industry, but very little in terms of improvement in environmental outcome. We're not advocating for a reduction in environmental outcomes or a reduction in heritage outcomes, but we want an efficient process. If we can get those things sorted out, then our industry is going to do a lot better.
And Andrew, when it can, I guess the grapevine in the rural sector is pretty strong, isn't it, right? How lively was the conversation from your customers around that Heritage Act? Have you seen issues resonate like that before?
Yeah, look, no, without doubt there was confusion. It was absolute confusion and, almost shambolic. And we had customers who were ringing us. So our role in the community is to provide services and supply products and I guess transfer of knowledge. And it was difficult right across the sector for us. And you talk about our real estate agents who were potentially selling rural land. We sort of had to get consultants in to tell us what was going on there. So the feedback has just been, confusion. What we did note also is, even supply and sales in that period of time sort of diminished somewhat. Again, just around the uncertainty of what it meant going forward for their land, whether they can put a crop in or whether they can't put this sort of crop in. There was just a lot of confusion.
One of the things we hear about all the time when it comes to business resilience in the regions is labour. And I'd imagine on this panel we've probably got some industries that cause problems for the other when it comes to finding people and retaining people. Tony, how big an issue is it in your industry to lose people?
Absolutely huge. Qualified truck drivers. Look, every mechanic or truck driver, they've all gone north. We can't match those salaries. So what I'd say to government today, and we're trying to work through this, give us access to overseas skilled labour. A friend of mine is up in the Philippines right now trying to find welders. He can find the welders. That isn't the problem. Getting them in here is the problem. And the other thing is the recognition of skill. If you've got a university degree, that is a recognition of a skill. But a truck driver is extremely skilled. He just doesn't have the paper to prove it. $1 million harvester, you don't want a monkey driving that. You want someone that's come from Canada or America seasonally that can come onto your property every year to drive it. It's an incredibly difficult process to try and gain access, either fruit pickers at the bottom end, header drivers at the top end. We need a streamlined system to just find them, bring them into the country, put them on property.
Samantha and Warren, is there common ground on that front? Would you support seeing more foreign workers brought in?
Oh, look, there's absolutely common ground in terms of the challenges with attracting workers at the moment. We have historically low unemployment, and of course, in the energy industry and oil and gas, these are well-paid, highly skilled jobs. But actually attracting the workers into the region, the last panel covered this very well in terms of some of the challenges, providing the amenities, the lifestyle and quality of life in the regions. It's something that the industry is investing in directly in terms of schools and health services and even daycare facilities, but housing as well is a major challenge. But this is an issue, I think, across the board for industry in terms of the workforce challenges.
Warren, do you want to say anything to that?
No, it's true. I mean, I don't think any doubting that challenge has been significant over the last several years. It's got a little bit better. In truth, without skilled migration, it's very difficult for our industry to fill the roles and our needs. And equally, you get a pull between the larger companies and the small companies. So the reality is, when you've got a constrained labour force here in Australia, you're actually going to need to be able to pull from overseas workers. But also, you need to be able to bring skilled workers from overseas to train Australians into roles. Like one of the ones that just frustrates me immensely is exploration drillers. You need a qualified, experienced driller on site. You've got entry-level jobs for people that can come in at 18 and 21, they need someone to train them, to take them out there. They're $100,000 starting salaries, but without having someone to train them and bring them out on site, you can't put them safely into the industry. So skilled migration has benefits just beyond filling roles. It's about actually bringing skills into Australia.
I want to jump to a different issue here. Earlier today we heard Madeleine King talking about The Voice and in particular her call for corporates to get more involved. I'd imagine, Warren and Sam, you'd be having a lot of debates inside your organisation at the moment around what sort of public role your members should take on that. What's your advice to those asking you as whether they should step in, and what's the sense like as to the willingness of companies to get involved?
Oh, look, my association's got a very wide membership with a great many views, and so we're aware there are a lot of people in the industry that are both in favour and against for a range of different reasons. We've taken the position that the association itself doesn't have a vote in a referendum, and ultimately it's up to companies and the individuals to make their own decisions. That's how we laid it out. We'll give them advice about what's being presented, but that's really where we're going to leave it.
And Samantha?
Similar to Warren in some ways, many of the APM member companies have actually come out in support of the voice. As in terms of an industry position, we haven't taken a position, but we do, respect and acknowledge the very profound and deep connections that First Nations people have with the land and the seas in which our oil and gas industry operates. We have a long, proud history of working and consulting with First Nations communities, and certainly that will continue, and ensuring that those benefits of the investment and these energy and resource developments are flowing back into those communities has a long-standing priority for the industry.
Tony, where do you think the support for the voice would fall amongst your members at the moment?
I think we want something better, much, much better than that. Simple. We can do better. This is virtue-seeking, it's symbolism. I've seen it happen so many times in my lifetime where people have stood up and offered up something that's going to make a difference and it doesn't. We just need to do a whole lot better, and the voice will not deliver what we want. Everything that you want there to change today is there. The government of the day can change anything. If they're not listening, there are plenty of people out there that are telling them we don't need this enshrined in a constitution.
Andrew, is it a conversation you've had within Nutrien?
Yeah, look, we haven't formed a view, but we spend a lot of time. I've got a network which extends to Darwin and Katherine and in the Kimberley and what have you, and we've got programs where we're actively recruiting Indigenous people into our business, but we haven't formed a view on the voice.
Tony, I wanted to ask you about the situation around lumpy skin disease at the moment. We heard earlier from Rick Ford about his concerns about potentially some of the politics at play in that space. Are those concerns founded, and where do you think the industry goes from here amongst that issue?
Look, I think they need to actually prove the disease is here. That's the first thing. There's no proof that it's actually in Australia. And I think that our scientists will work out fairly quickly whether it is or it isn't. The view currently is that it's not here. And I think that's probably the best stand we can take, and hopefully as the science unfolds we'll find out exactly how those positive tests actually occurred.
Andrew, is it a concern out there for you?
It is, yeah, absolutely. A big part of our business is livestock, and obviously I share Tony's view on that, but our job again is to make sure that our livestock agents, they're fully, up to speed with what's going on, what they can do, how they can communicate and how they can help, prevent things like that occurring in Western Australia, but across the nation as well, not just here.
And just finally, I wanted to get each of the panellists' views around the debate that's coming to the fore now nationally around nuclear. We've heard from the federal opposition particularly on this issue, and just keen to get your observations around whether that's a debate worth having, and what, if anything, should be done to open up Australia on the nuclear front.
Well, it's absolutely a debate worth having. I think when I look at our efforts to decarbonise by 2050, I don't see any reality of us getting there without using every possible alternate. And whether that's we're talking about a transition away from fossil fuels. The reality is those fossil fuels are going to be here for a while. They're going to be an important part of that transition. We've also got to have something to transition to, and as yet a lot of the other significant opportunities around hydrogen are yet to be proven at scale and yet to be able to be delivered at scale. We're going to have to look at other opportunities, and I think nuclear is emissions free. Yes, it's got other concerns around it, but I've got members exploring for and mining uranium. They need projects to sell that into, and nuclear provides an emissions-free power source all over the world. Australia should be looking into it too.
Samantha, is there any merit in having that debate?
Look, I think I can say I spent my former career was at the International Energy Agency. I've spent a lot of time looking at the scenarios and what's required to get to a net zero world. And I think the scale of the challenge that is before us means that we just can't afford to leave options off the table. We are absolutely going to need to double down on renewables. We will need more gas for the transition. We need technologies and fuels like low carbon hydrogen, like carbon capture, and nuclear should be considered as part of that portfolio of possible solutions.
Excellent. Look, We are out of time, and I don't want to stand between the audience and Adam Gilchrist, so I know Tony wants to jump in here.
We haven't been there about some of the issues to do with rural resilience, education and health. If you're in the bush, and I live in York, for heaven's sake, it's not that far away, but I have to board my kids, or my grandkids. I boarded my kids, and my grandkids will need to go to boarding school. $60,000 a year to get them there. 3 kids, $180,000. You've got to earn a living to pay for yourself and get the doors operating. Then you have to stump up this amount of money to get your kids an equal opportunity to what's in the city and pay tax on it. Not asking the government to actually subsidise the school, but it'd make a big difference if they could back off on the tax.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. We'll leave it at that. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome to the stage a very distinguished guest, Mrs. Gina Rinehart AO, Executive Chair, Hancock Prospecting, which of course is our presenting partner for the 2023 National Bush Summit. However, before we hear from Mrs. Rinehart, let's take a look at some footage of what life was like for her growing up on the land and a few important initiatives Hancock Prospecting has coming up in November.
I am very fortunate. I grew up in the outback, and I think that's really helped me throughout my varied and difficult at times life. And I was very fortunate to inherit, I don't mean inherit by my dad's bankrupt estate or the chairmanship of a company in serious difficulties, but I mean that I inherited a deep love of our outback and the people who struggle year after year to make it productive. Whether it's agriculture, energy or mining, we wouldn't have the living standards we can enjoy without these essential industries. Agriculture feeds us and our important allies overseas. Our clean gas keeps the lights on, and factories, hospitals, offices, shops and restaurants open from Tokyo to Toowoomba, even in night time and when the wind doesn't blow. We keep Australians warm, clothed and well fed. Please join us for our National Days, November the 21st, Agriculture and Related Industries, and November the 22nd, Mining and Related Industries. These are our days to get together, learn more and celebrate. Thank you so very much to all involved with this fantastic Bush Summit. It's nice to hear politicians say they love the bush, but what we really need is policies that aren't dangerous to the essential primary industries. Primary industries which are not only the engine for our country, but essential for those wonderful families who live in our outback. You're about to have something very impromptu. Isn't it fantastic to be able to welcome Bush Summit to West Australia, the first time that the summit has come to this faraway but productive land? Well, for years iron ore was the single biggest contributor to Australia's revenue. But now we are number 2 to that popular, perhaps in Treasury circles, King Coal. And now let's try to put some smiles on your faces. I've been thinking what would be great outcomes to achieve for this first West Australian Bush Summit. A list for your thoughts. 1. Commitment to change Section 89 of the WA Land Administration Act to remove the ban so that those in agriculture can pay up to the limit of, say, $2 million, depending on sliding scale of property value, and opt for freehold. May be quite useful for if or when a National Heritage Act appears. 2, commitment from the faraway feds to get rid of the limit on work hours so that veterans, pensioners and uni students can work without onerous paperwork burdens, and with the consequence, expensive taxpayer-paid bureaucracy is lessened. Just imagine the smiles when we can finally fill those jobs in the bush and see hospitals and health centres' hours and effectiveness improved. I note with our last fantastic panel of speakers that this was certainly raised, but I'd like to add, if we could cut some of the paperwork and the regulations here, we would find a lot of Aussies who would actually like to work, very much like to work as well. They're just restricted by government. Three, commitment to see more of the monies earned in the bush actually returned to the bush. For instance, frankly, we should have the best equipped and most luxurious hospitals in Newman, Tom Price, Dampier, Cape Lambert, Port Hedland and other mining towns, thanks to the revenue we create in the Pilbara and similarly in other mining areas. And ditto, see 24-hour, 365 days a year airstrips so that the better equipped and fastest RFDS planes, Royal Flying Doctor planes, can always arrive. Us and our people in the outback would then be more safe. 4, commitment that given agriculture usually doesn't have the financial resources that the mining industry has, and this is a big thing I think we are overlooking. It just doesn't have the resources unless, of course, you've got a mining company in your back pocket. But you've actually got to add up the expense of these net zero policies on farmers. Just look at requiring electric vehicles alone, be they for lawnmowers, motorbikes, utes, four-wheel drives, tractors, harvesters, trucks, bulldozers, graders, front-end loaders and or more. Well, you heard our friend Tony just say a few minutes ago that, $1 million for one of his harvesters. I meant it's going to cost a fortune that farmers and pastoralists don't have without a mining company in the back pocket. They just don't have this money to be able to invest. So the list continues. $650,000 for solar plants with huge batteries for when the sun doesn't shine. Our figures at Fossil were queried or argued against, but what they forget is we're not attached. We're 5 hours out from by road from Broome. There's no mains just to switch on. You've got to have massive investment in massive batteries to be able to cater for when that sun doesn't shine. And that was forgotten about when the arguments about our costing. Anyway, our costing was real, unfortunately. And of course, in addition to that, how many farmers actually want to even do 650,000? I'm not seeing too many hands up. No, it really is the cost on agriculture. Mining's in a different capacity usually, but in agriculture it's not doable. Then of course you have to add solar panels to replace multiple bore pumps. On some of our stations this is 50 of them. We're talking a lot of money in these as well. And it's essential for daily water. These are things that, so I'm suggesting that those in agriculture don't have to spend, this is a new suggestion, more than $200,000 of their own money on net zero requirements. That won't buy all that I've just mentioned, let alone as part of it. The rest to be met by the governments or waived, i.e. real assistance with the policies they want to implement for net zero. Otherwise, most farmers and others in agriculture, be it the orchardists and others, cannot afford net zero. They will have to leave agriculture. With the consequences, Aussies in the towns will see huge food price increases and fresh food shortages. This is the maths that has to be gone into. Number 5. This has been touched upon, I think. Please cast your eyes to the screens which show federal and West Australian government tape that requires, in our view, cutting. My first preference is immediate termination of all of the listed and or sunset laws, such that after 4 years, all government tape automatically goes, and bureaucrats in each relevant department must sign their names and provide reasons as to why the tape should be reinstated. And if more than, say, 75% of that department recommend reinstatement, then those views are published, a suitable committee is formed to review and decide. You'll need to keep casting your eyes to the screens quite a while. There's quite a bit of government tape that would make life better if removed, and bring more smiles if together we could achieve such a commitment. Oh, they're meant to be on the screens. What's happened? Oh, okay, they've been done. Okay, good-o. But we've done this we've prepared these for each state. We've just done federal and whichever state the Bush Summit's going to be appearing in. Number 6, commitment from state and federal to bring in those ANDEV policies. This has again been touched on, I heard briefly in the panel. Initially for the north above the 26th parallel, then spreading to other bush areas. ANDEV, which stands for Australians for Northern Development and Economic Vision, is an organisation of unpaid volunteers, which I started many years ago, a bit over a decade, that promotes special economic zones be established, like the many thousands that operate successfully around the world, but not in Australia. Successful because they cut both government tape and tax. There are now more than 8,000 of these zones operating successfully around the world. Together, let's lead the way to drive such very beneficial economic zones. Indeed, I don't know of a better way to secure the very worthwhile theme of this summit, especially of such zone when then spreads to cover more bush areas. I quote the theme, improving the lives of regional Australians to create a better Australia. Now, I'm not the first to come up with cutting tax for those employed in or investing in the north above the 26th parallel. It was actually my dad who did that much earlier. He came out with many practical ideas, as you often do living in the bush, where you either make do or do without, including after finding significant iron ore deposits. He decided to lobby for the lifting of the government iron ore export embargo, which took him some 8 years of persistence to achieve. Didn't stop there. Contrary to stories, he then had to push the then West Australian government, which took a lot of credit for it, by the way, to lift its ban on pegging iron ore areas so it could obtain title for iron ore claims, explore, study, and, if economic, invest. These two practical changes, together with his fines and years of endeavours to get investors to provide the capital required to develop, turned WA from a mendicant or handout state to one that could stand on its own feet, and indeed provide tax revenue and opportunities to other states. Growing up on stations, the family unit is close and trusting, as ours certainly was, which used to be well known in West Australia. It's saddening that media likes to ignore the good if you're successful and not a socialist. Even in the last few days, ignoring the tight bond this West Australian family had for decades, instead just referring to some correspondence when I was very concerned about our family company over a few years, sadly, rightly so, without adding the truth that Dad and I had again become very close pre his sad departure in '92, and I admire his moral and courageous stand in his final weeks. My father, throughout his whole life, was a huge lover of the bush and our country. He made himself unpopular at times, standing up for what he could see were its best interests. He made a huge and exceptional contribution to our north, our state, and our country. If I may tell, a little joke that he shared with me about Dr. Edward Teller. You know, we drove for a long time together up north, looking at the cattle, looking at the windmills. I was there to open the gates and to cut the tools. Anyway, the joke goes like this. If a man spent a year standing alongside a nuclear power plant and sharing a bed with his wife, he would receive only a little more radiation from standing next to the nuclear power plant all year. However, and please remember this was after he'd scientifically, Dr. Teller had scientifically fact-checked, if a man stood next to that same nuclear power plant for a year and then went home to share a bed with 2 wives, he'd get more radiation from sharing that bed than standing next to the nuclear power plant all year. Let's not upset many farmers with bird-killing wind generators and massive solar panel stretches, and bring on clean, safe nuclear energy. Please, Australia.
That was wonderful. Well done.
Agriculture.
Thank you.
Standing up for the bush. And Woolworths, proudly partnering with growers and suppliers across regional Australia. Picking Australian fruit and veg first. That's today's fresh food people.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reinhardt. We really appreciate your time and appreciate your words. Now, I'm sure we've got some sports fans in the room today who'll be very happy with our next 2 guests. To discuss sport in the regions, please welcome Will Schofield, former AFL player for West Coast Eagles and columnist for Code Sport, and an Australian sporting superstar. Most know him as Gilly. We all know him as a cricket legend. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Adam Gilchrist and Will Schofield. Thank you.
Adam, welcome.
Thanks, Scully.
No introduction needed for this man, but I will give you one, mate, just because I am up here with you. Captained your country in all 3 forms of the game. You're an Allan Border medalist, successful career in the IPL, although you probably would have liked to have been played a couple of years later, maybe a few more dollars being thrown around a little bit later on, Gilly. And not only did you have a formidable opening partnership with Matthew Hayden, but I think a lot of people say that you reinvented the way that batting happened in Test cricket. So before Bazball, we had Gilly Ball, and he's right here with us now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Adam Gilchrist, once again.
Oh, thanks.
Gilly, we want to talk sport in the regions to start with, and you're a man who grew up in the country. Where did it all start for Adam Gilchrist?
I am. Thank you for the intro. Thanks for the email about the team issue, although I did miss the blue shirt part for the white.
I was going to say, mate, where is the blue shirt?
And hi to everyone. I know that we're probably standing or sitting between you guys and a drink and something to eat out there, so we'll try not to hold you up too much longer. But and thanks for the warm reception. It's not always been the case for me here in Perth. You're right, I did grow up regionally, but I did see... There it is, growing up in regional Western Australia. That wasn't me. I grew up in New South Wales and bounced all around the state of New South Wales, but I certainly know country living and regional living and all the various issues, certainly around the life that we had growing up there. Issues, challenges, but also some of the opportunities, which were fantastic. So I was born in Bellingen in northern New South Wales, and it's funny, you mentioned, a bit self-indulgent this, I was fortunate to captain Australia in Test match cricket, and the Bradman Foundation offered the birthplace of every Australian cricket captain the opportunity for that local council to have a bronze bust, a head and shoulders sort of statue of that person in their civic square.
So there's a bronze Gilly?
Yeah, in Bellingen, little Bellingen, up in dairy farming territory up in northern New South Wales. And I went back for the unveiling of it with Mum and Dad, and we're sitting there, and the Lord Mayor was there, and he's, preaching about the prodigal son comes home, our Gilly, he's back You know, we sent him on his path, and oh, look what he's achieved, and we're going to unveil this. And I was about to get up and speak and respond, and I knew we hadn't lived there that long. I wasn't quite sure, and just as I get up and say how good it was to be home, I said to Mum, just quietly, I said, Mum, how long did we live here again after I was born? 6 weeks. So I'd returned home to unveil this statue, but you can only be born in one place, can't you? So that was my birthplace. Skipped around down into southern Riverina. We were in Junee, just outside of Wagga, and then further south down to Deniliquin. And then back up to Lismore, which is where I did all my high school years, up in the far north coast again of New South Wales. So loved it, loved growing up regionally, was spoilt for opportunities, for facilities. Clearly I was in a family of teachers. Mum and Dad were both teachers, so education was very of high importance to us, but had a mad love and passion for sport, everything sport. Not just cricket, that's probably where it ended up, but certainly the opportunity to try your hand at everything was always there due to the facilities and just the lifestyle out there.
Did you tell me that you're an AFL player before you're a cricketer? I mean,
yeah,
I mean, given regional and country sport, you usually chucked right into it, right?
Yeah.
You know, you got 12-year-old, 13, 14 playing senior sport.
Yep.
You did a bit of everything growing up?
Yeah, I was the youngest of 4 children, so 2 older brothers and an older sister who loved sport. So I was, yeah, even in the backyard, I was sort of always playing above my level or age because by virtue of being the youngest. So, it's a good point, I think, in this day and age of instant gratification that we want sports systems, and I certainly think cricket are guilty of it. There's a propensity to try and fast-track talent. So we've got all these pathways and elite pathways where younger and younger we're trying to grab these kids in and keep them from competitive sports, trying to grab the talent and lock them in and get them to this elite level rather than allowing them just to nurture and grow organically in the environment that they find themselves in. And some of the most valuable experiences of my cricketing journey were, as a 14 or 15-year-old, wicket-keeping to my dad in a first-grade country grand final.
Wow.
Hearing him swear for the first time when I dropped the catch off his bowling. I mean, but this desire to grab and fast-track this talent, I think, has its negatives at times. And I think, for me personally, growing up, be it backyard cricket against my siblings and the neighbours, or be it senior cricket as a 14-year-old. I'm sure you experienced the same because you weren't metropolitan Melbourne, but you were a bit more regional.
Talking sport in regional Western Australia, I'm a Victorian, I'm from Geelong, and you're a New South Welshman, but we're both very much adopted West Australians, I will say that.
Now, yeah.
Been here for 20 years now, you've been here for
28 years.
There we go.
Yeah.
I do have to ask, cricket, there's always fabled stories around great knocks coming up. You go on to play for your country, captain your country, you change the way batting happens in a sport. You must have had a good knock as a junior playing country cricket, surely.
Yeah, not so much against the seniors. I mean, you cut your teeth there and you have some flashes of brilliance without really nailing the big score. But my first ever cricket tour I went on was from northern New South Wales. We went down in a North Coast team. So a regional team went down, played some of the city slickers, and then went down to the South Coast and we were playing a game in Wollongong. And I was batting, I think it was under 12s, and I was batting, and you normally have to retire at 30 if you can get to 30 runs. And,
yes.
And I retired, got out, went off, and if everyone else gets out, you go back in. So that was perfect. After I retired, I sat there and willed my teammates to get out, which they did. Got my opportunity to go back in, have another bat. But I was playing along pretty well, and I looked around, all my teammates are signalling, going, get out, like hit a catch. Because in Lismore, we didn't have a McDonald's, but there was one over the road from the cricket ground that we were playing at in Wollongong, and they just wanted to go and eat burgers. Because, we didn't have these fine delights in the country area that we were living. So I started hitting balls up in the air, and the opposition kept dropping them. And I actually scored my first ever 100 that day and turned around and raised my bat like they do on TV, and I had no teammates there. They were all over at McDonald's eating burgers. But all part of the journey, all great experiences. And I think, I heard Neil Fong get up when he first spoke today and say, know, we've heard about all the business and resource side of the bush and how important that is. And he said, well, medical is the most important. I'll say, well, sports, highly important part of whether it's infrastructure or culture or the landscape, particularly in regional areas of Australia. And I think we all agree what we've seen, what sport can do to unite a nation in the last few weeks. And it's all going to happen again on Wednesday night.
Well, that's right. We're going to get to that because we need to cover off on this England-Australian rivalry, which is about to kick off once again on Wednesday with the Matildas going head-to-head with the English. But before we get there, why is sport so important? Like, what is the key factors for you growing up, regional Australia? Why is sport so important to people?
Oh, well, obviously the obvious health benefits of it. Lifestyle, I think regionally the challenges for the youth of our regions, the young people, finding things to do, keeping them occupied, keeping them interested, or even as we get older, the desire for people to stay out in the regions or be drawn out there, be it for employment. And then the community aspect, the citizenship that comes out of sport, particularly in regional areas, is so vitally important. It's part of the fabric of life out there. So I think, you know, that focus on maintaining and providing facilities for people to enjoy sport, to enjoy the community element of it, and then, you know, if you get a rough diamond out of that can go on and feature at national level, but whatever sport it may be, they're the benefits of it. They're the sort of the extra cream on top. But it's the foundation of what sport places or provides in society. I think that's really important.
So that was you. Now we fast forward to right now. We've just come off the back of an Ashes series. I want to know how you saw that, because you've been at home watching. You haven't been overworking. We usually see your head popping up, talking all things cricket. But you've been at home with the family and kids, which I commend you for, because I know it's probably, I don't know, it's probably everyone's got mortgages to pay, I'm assuming, Gilly. So you've stayed here and you've watched the Ashes like the rest of us from home. How did you see it?
Yeah, well, I don't assume everyone in this room's a cricket tragic like I am, but I've never heard so many people, particularly non-cricket people, who are very outward expressive to me, going, like, sorry, I don't like cricket, I'm not interested, talking about cricket, talking about what happened, talking about the fluctuations, the ups and downs. I did get to one day of cricket. We did go on with the rest of Perth. My family in their school holidays went to Europe, and we were in London one day, and myself and my three boys caught the train from London up to Leeds to see one day of cricket, the first day of the Leeds Test match. And that was an interesting day. I was trying to entertain my 21-year-old son, who wanted to drink with the Barmy Army. Yes. And my 11-year-old son, who thought he was going to sit with the Australian cricket team in the change room. So, and the 16-year-old was somewhere in between there. But local boy Mitch Marsh scored a brilliant 100 that day, so that awesome. Turned it on for us. But yeah, fascinating series. Just the way it's captured everyone's imagination, what England are doing in playing entertaining cricket, and the challenge that Australia had. It was almost like this freight train of momentum that England had, and Australia were hanging on the edge of the train, trying to sort of slow it down. But they did enough to retain the Ashes, and yeah, as you say, 2-2 the series finished, so it sets it up beautifully for the Matildas just to get one over England and close out that Ashes series on Wednesday night.
How would those, yes, correct. How would those girls be feeling right now? You've represented your country at the highest level of the sport. You've done it on home soil as well. Can you give us some insight what they'd be going through their minds right now?
What struck me about that team and even the support staff around is just their humility and how I don't think they're overawed by anything. I mean, for 3 team members to get up and know that if they miss one kick here, that's over. So tournament-ending kicks, but they stepped up and scored them each time, and then finally the final one goes in. That takes a lot of strength of character and belief from within a broader group, and you know that feeling. It's like magic fairy dust that gets sprinkled around. You can't necessarily, you know, coach it or train it or plan for it. It just turns up if all the contributing factors are right, and it just looks like that's what they found. But I do think they look like they're really enjoying it and enjoying this groundswell of support. I don't think they've been too over the, sort of said, right, we've got to be aggressively over the top in saying, this should be like this support all the time. They're humble enough to know that it's been a process, a journey, and I think they're just feeling really proud that they're yet another step in the right direction of a whole nation embracing all sporting teams that represent us so well, no matter what their history is, no matter what gender they are, no matter what their abilities are. I suspect they just feel so proud about what they're doing, and that's representing all of us, and they know that the whole nation's on board with them.
So is that that patriotism, that everyone just loving Australia and a team that's going so well? I really think the support's on the back of them being so good, and they're good to watch and they're performing. Is that what you feel when you have a country behind you? Is it pride?
Yep, yeah, absolutely. I don't think it can be described as any other magical word or term. I'll flip it around. I sat in 2005, and again, don't assume everyone knows the cricket history, but we went to England on an Ashes tour. That is the tour you want to be on as an Australian cricketer. You want to go over there and win the Ashes in England. And I was very fortunate. We did it in 2001, and we turned up in 2005, and we hadn't lost, Australian cricket team hadn't lost the Ashes for near on 20 years. England hadn't had their hand on the trophy for 20 years. And I remember saying at the start of the series in a press conference, I certainly don't want to be part of the team that hands the Ashes over. So we lose the Ashes. But I do remember that whole series, and it was one of the great Test series, just because it was a bit like this one just completed. It went up and down and up and back and forward, and the quality of cricket was amazing. But I sat there at the Oval where the 5th Test finishes on the final day, where the game ends and England have regained the Ashes. And there was 30,000 people there. There's grown men crying. I never thought I'd see this again in my life. There's little kids, there's family. And the pride on the England team. And I remember just sitting there thinking, there's one thing to do here, and that's just look it in the eye and absorb it and know that you'd been involved in something extremely important to so many people, regardless of what side of the ledger you're on. And I remember just looking and seeing the pride you could almost physically see this pride rising from that scene. And I guess it invoked in me what I'd been fortunate to have by way of support and our team for so long. And it didn't disappoint me that we were frustrated we gave up, but it highlighted how special it is. There is no better feeling to know that people are saying to you, thank you for the way that you're representing us as a nation. And that's, it's a really huge compliment and comes with a great deal of responsibility and also enjoyment.
And we'll round off the circle fully. This all started making your first 100 while your team was at Macca's. Adam Gilchrist, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank him. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I'm absolutely starving. So we're going to do what journos do and wrap this up in a nice and snappy way. I'd like to thank Will and Gilly very much for that. It was really funny. It was a great way to end it. And the Bush Summit is right to the end. So thank you to all of our guests from around the state and the country. It's been an exciting and jam-packed day of debate and celebration. Whether you're in the room or watching on the live stream, we look forward to seeing you again next year when we bring you another Bush Summit. For our guests here in Perth, don't forget to take a copy of The Australian, The Weekly Times and Mansion magazine. Thanks to Kidman. I'd now like to invite you to join me for a barbecue lunch outside. Thank you.
So shed your skin
must be a devil between us. A horse in my head, horse at the door, horse in my bed. But hey,